for this event, please click on Interpretation, the globe-like icon at the bottom of your screen, and select the language channel that you want to listen to, and wish you all a nice and fruitful session. Thank you.
好的，谢谢思凡。我们的会议2分钟以后开始，请各位听众耐心等待。
Okay, we will start in 2 minutes. We will have opening remarks, we have presentations, we also have time for Q&A. If you have any question, please feel free to leave your question in the chat, or you can also leave your question on the live streaming page. You can leave your question in the Xiaoetong live streaming channel and also in the Zoom chat. Thank you.
好的，我们今天的会议现在开始。各位观众
All right, everyone. Hello. Welcome to the BRICS Rural Sustainable Development People-to-People Exchange Forum. The forum is co-organized by Chongqing Association for Renewable Energy, Gansu Green Camel Bell Development Center, and the 4 CSO. The forum has been supported by China Association for NGO Cooperation, Chongqing Association for Science and Technology, as well as Chongqing Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries and Gansu Foundation for Friendly Cooperation. And I am today's host, Zhao Zhong, and I am from Gansu Green Camel Bell. While in last year's BRICS 13th BRICS country states of head of states conference, we have realized the importance of the sustainable development. And this year, for the BRICS country leaders conference will be held in China, and the theme is to realize a nice partnership and build a new era for development. So we are responding to the call of the BRICS sustainability advocate, and we want to share our experiences in rural development, and we have invited people from Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, the 5 BRICS countries, and all of our presenters are from the rural development areas. So now we are going to the first agenda of today's session. First of all, let's welcome the Secretary General Ms. Wang Xiangyi from China Association for NGO Cooperation for her opening remarks. Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me? Okay, yes, we can hear you. Well, distinguished guests, dear friends, good afternoon. I am really honored to be joining this BRICS Rural Sustainable Development People-to-People Exchange Forum. On behalf of China Association for NGO Cooperation, I welcome all of you to join this forum. Well, since its establishment in 1992, Congo has established cooperative relations with 109 multilateral and bilateral international organizations and foreign non-governmental organizations and 23 countries and regions, guided by the concept of promoting Chinese and foreign non-governmental cooperation for sustainable global development. We are utilizing our consultative status of the UNESC, the consultative status of the UNCSD, and also the observer status of the UNFCCC. We have been participating in many dialogues, including regional dialogues and multilateral dialogues. We also promote women's participation, gender equality, climate change, and environmental protection. We have benefited 9.66 million people, while in the area of sustainable rural development, Congo has been actively raising funds from the international community since 1990s, working with its members to explore effective ways to measure and measures for social organizations to participate in poverty alleviation work. Over the past 29 years, Congo has raised at least 1 billion yuan from home and abroad for poverty alleviation, covering 112 proven poverty-stricken counties in 31 provinces and cities, benefiting more than 6 million people. Congo promotes sustainable rural development through infrastructure construction, increasing farmers' income and carry out poverty alleviation work. Well, we have been investing 8 million yuan in Henan, Yunnan, and Gansu, built bridges and roads, and we have provided transportation to 27 natural villages. In Hebei, Guangxi, and Yunnan, we have been building wells and water reservoirs to provide drinking water to local people. And we have also built toilets for them and benefiting more than 3,500 people. While in terms of farmers' import, Congo has conducted training in Anhui, Yunnan, Shanxi, and Henan. For example, we have artifacts skill trainings, including yarn breeding, as well as yarn drawing, silkware making, etc. And we also have this animal husbandry technique training for Xinjiang, Yunnan, Guangxi, and Anhui. We are also exploring ecological agriculture model. We encourage people to build workshops for brewing wine and vinegar, and adopt the model of cooperatives plus workshop to promote sustainable development. While in Shanxi and Shanxi, we have been working with local experts. We have been conducting trainings for local doctors and ophthalmologists. We have funded 23 county-level ophthalmologists to have further study, and we offered physical checks for 58,000 people aged above 50 years old. And then in terms of poverty alleviation through education, Fu Jing, a senior journalist at China Daily, launched the poverty alleviation project after Wenchuan earthquake in 2008. And they have been helping 20 provinces and benefiting 201 school masters in mountainous regions. And Fu Jing have also published 2 books in the field of education. And this Chinese version of Jia Yan Shan Xing is exhibiting in London Book Show. And the book will also be entered into the British Library's retrieval system. While in terms of exchanges and cooperation with BRICS countries, Congo has joined the BRICS Civil Society Forum held in India, China, and South Africa since 2016 to explore quality topics including gender equality, climate change, and other issues. In addition, Congo has joined the China South-South Cooperation Network to strengthen exchanges and cooperation with other developing countries. Well, finally, I would like to thank the Chongqing Association for Science and Technology, the Secretariat of China NGO International Exchange Promotion, Association, Gansu Provincial NGO International Exchange Promotion Association, and the organizing committee of China Latin America Regional Cooperation Forum, the Chongqing Renewable Energy Society, Sichuan Haihui Poverty Alleviation Service Center, Gansu Green Camel Bell, as well as China Energy Research Society Urban, and the Rural Electric Power Development Center. Well, we look forward to hearing your wonderful presentation and your active discussion. I wish this forum a complete success. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thank you once again, Deputy Board Chairwoman Wang Xiangyi. Well, the three co-hosts are a member of the China Association for NGO Cooperation. We appreciate your support and your care for such a long time. Well, for today's forum, we have two topics. First of all, the rural energy transition and SDG 7. The second topic is the environmental protection and rural revitalization. We have 5 presentations for each topic, and then after each presentation, we have 2 minutes for Q&A. So please enter your question in the chat box. We will be selecting 1 or 2 questions to ask the presenter. And during the presentation, other than the speaker, please mute yourself. Thank you very much. And then we can start today's presentation. The first one, let's welcome Mr. Gao Wanling, Deputy Chairman of the Expert Committee of Urban and the Rural Electric Power Development Center of China Energy Research Association. And he's also an academician of Russian Academy of Natural Resources. And for Ms. Gao Wanling, he has held many important roles in different institutions as well as associations, and Mr. Gao Wanling is also a director for the Computer Technology Association for Higher Education. And Mr. Gao Wanling has compiled lots of books in terms of networks and information security, smart agriculture, professional and specialized chips. And today, Dr. Gao Wanling will bring you how the rural areas can adopt solar for heating and for energy. Let's welcome Dr. Gao Wanling. Hello, Dr. Gao Wanling, can you hear us? Well, I'm now sharing my screen. Can you see my screen? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and friends, on behalf of the expert committee of Urban and the Rural Electric Power Development Center of China Energy Research Association, I will be talking about how we are developing clean energy in rural areas in China. First of all, let's have a look at the background. Well, the theme of today's meeting is we are targeting at the 2030 Sustainable Development Agendas. The 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda have replaced the new Millennial Development Goals. And in this agenda, in the Article 7, the SDG 7 is talking about clean energy. Well, the Sustainable Development Agenda is closely related with agriculture. So UNFAO has also proposed that we need to alleviate poverty, we have to combat climate change, preserve natural resources, and pointed out that food and agriculture is a core area for the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. So today, at today's forum, will be focused on clean energy and the green development of rural areas. And for the 2030 UN agenda, among the 17 SDG goals, the SDG 7 is related to clean energy, while energy is playing important role for realizing food security and improving nutrition for people. The modern food and crop system heavily relies on fossil fuels, and each year the system will consume 30% of the existing energy worldwide and generating 20% of the global greenhouse gases. In order to use less and cleaner energy to produce more food and crops, the food and agriculture system have to decouple from the dependence on fossil fuel and to embrace renewable energies. Well, when reducing the impact of climate change, so we have to ensure the safety of the food. We need to have a smart food transition. We need coordinated policies. We have a suitable legal framework, and we have to work with multi-stakeholders to support our cause. We have to increase the energy systems utilization rate and to improve the energy efficiency. And under this intelligent energy and food system, the FAO is promoting the high efficiency of energy usage to get more renewable energy into the energy mix and develop modern agricultural services. Well, recently we have noticed that since the Russian and the Ukraine war, while the crude oil prices has been increasing by 46%.
And for natural gas, the price has increased by 49%. And you see we have some major crops. The price of wheat has increased by 31%. And for maize, the price has increased by 32%. So one is for the sustainability goal for our crops and for our energy, it's very important. And for the emergencies, such as the war between Russia and Ukraine, that would actually have a extremely sensitive fluctuations. We will have the shortage of the resources and we have the price hike. That's a main issue here. So not just for the price hike for the natural gas, for the crude oil, for maize, and for wheat, we could also see here for this commodities, you can see this overall index is on a gradually increase as well. Starting from the Ukraine-Russia war in 2021, you see we have seen a very sharp increase. That's mainly for the agriculture and for this food, that's the comprehensive index. Not just for the commodities, we're also seeing the increase as well, especially the spot index of grains. That's also on a very sharp increase during the war between the Russia and Ukraine. Another is the COVID-19 pandemic. So there were two major reasons. One is the Russia-Ukraine war, another is the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's why in all these three aspects, we are seeing very sharp increase. And under this topic, we need to discuss about the rural clean energy. We think for this rural clean energy in the agricultural area, mainly they are dominated by the electrical power, but in all those rural areas, we have vast rural energy as well that will stimulate the consumption. And we could also see that will include our own urban area, our near suburban area, that will also concern lots of the aspects. So for all those rural development, all those different biologies development that will actually have lots of the impact on our lives, on our livelihoods, and the energy conservation that will play an increasingly important role, that will be a very important material foundation. Because today in digital agriculture, in digital township building, be it for this plant industry or this manufacturing industry for our daily consumption, F&B, and lighting and power, development that would all play a very important role. So how we're able to power clean energy that's highly necessary, but also boast very great future prospects. And then for this clean energy development, we can also see for all those different countries, we are having lots of the discussion because this is the common blueprint that we are all facing right now. In developing countries, developed countries, we have different research. So here we could also see it has pointed out that in some countries they have relatively made some exploration. Like in Ireland, they mainly discuss the solar energy photovoltaics integration with the water sinks. And in Germany, we'll also see the comprehensive power mode of wind energy, solar energy, as well as the machine engineering as well. And in US, we see in the Mississippi state, in the rural area, we have the biomass power generation. In India, they're also seeing this energy mode with biomass to generate electricity. And in Nigeria, we also have the sustainable integrated energy construction in rural community. And in Ethiopia, we're also seeing the key impacts of the rural families. In Iran, we also see this integrated and hybrid renewable energy off-network system. In Philippines, we also see the hybrid solar energy mode to power electricity that is applicable to rural areas. So basically all different countries, we keep exploring different modes and we keep leveraging clean energy and to see how we're able to tap more potential. And let's take a look at China. So we can also see there's an obvious demand that is mainly in China. We're also seeing the rapid development of China's rural energy demand. We also propose that we need to have the smart, digital, and modern agriculture. In recent years, we've had the increasing number of ownership of agricultural machineries. They are on a yearly increase, and as people's living standards have been improved for the household appliances, electrical appliances, we're also seeing the increasing ownership as well. So that's mainly in those rural areas, we are actually seeing all those active demands and targeted all those energy demand. China has mainly started the trial work in the following aspects. So first of all, it's more about those rural areas. We have all the construction work. We had all the different restructuring of this rural area. For all this architecture, we're able to distribute that across the rural area, and we've made such progress. And at the same time, we've also had some comprehensive discussion about the slow energy. In recent years, starting from 2016 to 2021, in recent 5 years, we can see it's on an increase. And in the eastern region, mid region, western region, we're also seeing different distribution. There are some differences. Another is the wind energy. So in our country, we need to settle all the needs for the remote area, and we've also tried to develop the wind energy for the power generation. That's also on a yearly increase. Another is for the hydraulic power, and we can see that's also on a decrease. Every year we're seeing a very steady increase. Another is that in rural area we have a rich consumption of biomass. There are mainly two types. One is to transform organic microorganisms into combustible gas. So we are able to generate combustible energy gas. Another is that we will burn organic products with chemical and physical reactions to carbonize and to solidify so that we're able to form combustible and pollution-free energy. So and fuel. Overall speaking, we're also seeing the steady increase of the installed capacity of all that. And also you can see these are the rural energy that could be further expanded. There are different forms. Another side that we can see in terms of the consumption in rural areas, we have this production for our life. So for our own life, we can see that for cooking, for heating, for lighting, we have our own energy consumption. And then in terms of this energy consumption, although that's on an increase, but for the overall proportion, that is lower than that of the production. So we can see for its overall consumption of the rural residential life in all those different aspects, up until right now, we can see there's a vast part in China that accounts over 45.51%. That's a large proportion. Another is for oil and gas that accounts for just 20.45%, and for electricity that accounts for 29.74%. Others account for 13.09%. So you can see there's a large space for further improvement. We will also further develop the clean energy in rural areas. Another is for the production that include the crops, including the animals, the storage. So you can see these are the major parts in all those major parts. So first of all, you can see oil and gas accounts for most of the proportion, as you can see here. Another coal also accounts for a large proportion, and electricity comes in the third place. Others account for less than 10% here in orange pie. And we would also see the fossil fuel, the coal, the power needs to be further replaced and substituted. There's a very large space. And for our country, for this non-rural area, we are seeing very diverse rural area resources. Over 50% that will be rural area, but for the rural areas total area, it's very large. So basically 90% of the our country's region that is non-township area, and that has a very large potential to develop renewable energy. And for our rural areas, renewable energy that has such features as pollution-free, and that could be used for circular usage, and also for our agricultural and ecological environment, improve their living environment, and to facilitate country revitalization strategy that is of big significance, because China is a powerhouse of agriculture. We're able to collect all the poultries, pollutions, and other citrus, feces, and all those other biomass. It's a tremendous amount of resources, and as estimated that the biomass resources can be stored as 7 to 10 to 8 times of a standard coal. And for the water resources, theoretically speaking, we also host a very vast storage amounting to 10 megawatts. And also for our own standard coal, the storage is also very diverse and enriched as well, but that's limited to geographical restrictions. But this total volume we can see that has a very large development potential. That's mainly in Tibet area, in the south area of Xinjiang, and in Qinghai, Gansu, and Inner Mongolia's west and western region, because the land is vast and the sunlight is very diverse. So that's why it has lots of the resources. And for the wind energy, in lots of the regions in China, we actually see the diverse and enriched storage of wind energy, especially in the coastal area. We see very diverse resources for this wind energy that could be further developed. For the wind power generation, we can see very diverse part of that as well. And then theoretically speaking, that will also amount to 4.35 billion kilowatts. And for this developable capacitive technology, that amounts to 297 million kilowatts. And for the technology development range of all that, that also amounts to a lot, which is respectively 2 billion, 2.6 billion, 3.4 billion kilowatts. So that's a very vast potential of development. And as estimated that the consumption of the rural energy in China in 2018 amounts to 5.9 times 10 to the 8 times tons of standard coal. And also we can see this will be a very good supplementary role to the important energy of the electrical grid. It could be supplied to all different walks of our lives. So it's very important for us to provide renewable energy. It could also be used to power all the other rural households as well. For this rural energy, for the clean energy, so the largest proportion is the 44%. So that's nearly the half. And then for this total consumption of the agriculture, that's 37%. And also we can see targeted at all those different needs and demands, as well as the supply and demand that we're able to provide, and the storage capacity for us to have the development. We've had years of research and years of exploration. We've also also made some summarization of all this rural agricultural and rural energy issues that we face. One is about the energy structure in our rural area that's not that reasonable. So based on the pie charts that we see, the clean energy still accounts for less of the proportion, like for the some coals and the carbons or the traditional energy that still account for a higher proportion. So the usage efficiency of the energy is low. That results in resource waste and waste pollution. And as we have realized to build a moderately well-off society, our rural residents' living standards are improved. And we're also seeing the promotion of agricultural machineries, and we're seeing the higher demands. But overall speaking, the energy supply is relatively very limited, and the total volume is not that enough. And the third is, in our own country, the rural energy, the overall storage is quite diverse, but it's not evenly distributed. Like such renewable energy of solar energy, wind energy, and water energy, we have some regional differences. It's mainly concentrated in our west and the north agricultural area, but for the eastern area and the mid region. So that's where all the rural energy consumption got integrated and concentrated. So we're seeing the imbalance of the energy supply and demand. And we're also seeing the product technology level of renewable energy or new energy is relatively low in terms of the solar energy, water heaters usage, photovoltaic power generation, and the product usage, wind energy development, and the storage application. This part we've had some new breakthrough, but compared with the developed countries, we're still lagging behind. We're also seeing very high cost in production and investment costs. And the fifth one is that in our country's rural energy, the management of energy development is not as good. So you can see we have a image here that also further elaborates the rural energy issue here. And you can also see we have the pie charts. One is for the renewable energy infrastructure. It's highly difficult. We have more of this investment because in the rural areas, like for some regions where we have very good infrastructures, relatively speaking, we have more of the input. Another is that for the rural area, we have a larger percentage of lower income families. So you see for the rural families, if they need to pay out of their own pocket to enhance and improve infrastructure, that's quite struggling. So according to National Statistics Bureau, for 20% of the rural families, disposable income per capita is lower than 3,300 RMB. So the average annual income is not that high, especially if they have very low willingness to pay in terms of the energy. So that remains an issue here. For our consumption in terms of energy, you can see the cash consumption is 11,097.2 RMB. But for the part that we actually use in our living, our daily products and services, that only accounts for 18%. So you can see we don't really have a very enriched consumption and to improve our energy structure.
And here is their consumption and the different proportions. They spend most of their money for food, for cigarette and wine. The largest proportion is for food and wines and cigarette, accounting for 35%. And then for clothing only account for 5.6%. So most of the rural people spend their money for food and drinks. And for housing, 11%, and life utensils and services, 7%, and transportation, 17%. And for education, cultural, and entertainment, it's about 12%. And transportation, communication, 17%. For healthcare, 10%. For other goods and services, they account for 2%. So you can see most of their money are for their daily lives. They are not in the stage where they are seeking high quality lives yet. After understanding the important role and the significance of green energy and clean energy in rural areas, and also after understanding the demand for clean energy. So how do we develop clean energy in rural areas? With our years of research and study, we have to develop a smart agriculture in rural areas, and we have proposed the 4 areas of work for developing smart agriculture, and we have developed 8 pillars for smart agriculture. So why do we have to develop a smart agriculture? We can have a look at this figure. After 40 years of a reform and opening up, the crop and agricultural products have been increasing in production volume year on year, which means reform and opening up have eliminated a starvation from Chinese people. In the past, we sometimes suffer from starvation, but now we are pursuing higher quality of foods. However, there are also serious consequences because during the development of China, we are not focused on ecology, green, and sustainability. We are mainly focused on the quantity of development. Although we are no longer suffering from starvation, however, 85% of people are in sub-health status. Only 15% of the Chinese people are healthy according to the WHO's definition. And there are another 15% of people that are suffering illness. And the hospital can be so crowded that a patient cannot even get a bed. And nowadays, in the process of fighting COVID-19, well, we have made progress, we have great achievements. However, we in China haven't realized the final win for the combat with COVID-19. So back to essence, we have to improve people's immunology and strengthen people's immune system. Well, last year, we are happy to see a suggestion from CSPEN. They have issued a expert suggestion for nutrition and for food during the combat of COVID-19. Although we already have vaccination for COVID-19, however, after 2 years and 3 years into COVID-19, in order to have a long-term containment of the COVID-19 virus, in order to fight the pandemic, we have to build up people's health. Well, in year 2003, we have won the battle of fighting SARS, but in year 2019, we have another wave of COVID-19, and in the future, we never know what other viruses may come to us. But the bottom line is that we have to improve our immune capability to enhance people's immune system. Then we can have a strong defense against the viruses and other illnesses. Well, the people's immune system is really the solution to viruses. So for doctors, we have to maintain people's vital signs to help people's temperature to decrease their body temperature when they are having a fever, and to increase their blood oxygen saturation level, to adjust the patient's body to their best status. Only by doing that, they can have a strong immune system to fight the viruses. Well, why are we having low quality of these agricultural products? Because the agricultural environment has been polluted severely because we have been using pesticides and fertilizers. Well, so these pesticides and fertilizers have polluted our air, water, and the soil. Well, this is bringing so many headaches to low carbon development right now. While in the Paris Agreement, we committed to the temperature increase control of a 1.5 degrees Celsius. We have to make more efforts in order to realize sustainable agriculture, and that is when smart agriculture comes into play. Smart agriculture is a new direction. Well, it is a fully closed loop, leveraging people's imagination and innovation, as well as science and technology. And it is a customized solution for different places. and we can enter into a new era for agriculture. We use IT and other technologies to get useful information from the agriculture data. And after analyzing and data mining of those knowledge, we can get a comprehensive and a systematic outcome contributing to the new model of a smart agriculture economy. We can increase productivity, reduce energy consumption, reduce resource consumption, improve agriculture products quality, and fight against agriculture risks to secure agriculture security. Well, it is a modernized concept and a principle for agriculture development. It is a heritage and innovation from the traditional agriculture. It is a direction for modern agriculture. Well, was talking about smart agriculture. First of all, it is green, it is diverse, it is more intelligent, it is also standardized, and last, it will be more automated. Sorry, we have only 2 minutes left. Well, we have to talk about green technology because we're now facing so many problems. We have to utilize smart agriculture technologies. We have tested a series of smart agriculture and green technologies, including the clean energy technologies for rural areas. And we also have this carbon neutrality technology, the plasma technology, etc. All those green technologies laid solid foundation for sustainable development. So we have to build green industry and set up green standards. We have to insist in the pursuit of our goal. We have made many explorations. We have created this Rural Revitalization Committee. We work with enterprises to help the development of local areas. And we have set up a series of experimentation bases. And we are also hosting all kinds of matchmaking events to have more exchanges of the technologies. Our goal is to produce high quality agricultural products to make people's life healthier and happier. Our goal is to realize health and longevity. According to WHO, the maximum longevity is about 120 to 150 years old. So at last, I would like to congratulate once again to the convening of today's forum. And our development center congratulates the successful convening of today's forum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Gao. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Due to time limitation, we are not able to hear a more elaborated version of your introduction. Well, we look forward to further discussion. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you, Professor Gao Wanling, for your sharing regarding smart agriculture. Well, we have one question. In China, in early times, there are many applications for of a green agriculture in rural areas. Will we have a future that are using more biomass? Yes, China attaches great importance to the utilization of biomass. Well, with 20 to 30 years of a promotion and exploration, well, the application for biomass is already quite mature. However, in the application side, it's hard to store and transport biomass. The efficiency was quite low and the cost can be quite high. So currently, we haven't reached a very nice status that are suitable to scale up the application. I believe with AI technologies development, with people's shift of their lifestyles and the construction of new rural areas, I believe the comprehensive utilization of biomass will usher into a new era. Thank you very much. Right. Thank you, Professor Gao, for your excellent presentation as well as your brilliant answer. Well, the second speaker is from the Society of Energy Engineers and Managers from India. Well, we have been cooperating with the Society of Energy Engineers and Managers for many years. Dr. Azad is the Secretary General of the Society of Energy Engineers and Managers. Well, he has served as a public sector company in various positions. He was awarded doctorate degree on his interdisciplinary research work dealing with energy conservation and carbon emission of India telecommunication sector. And today, Dr. Azad is going to talk about the rural electric vehicles and PV power plants. Let's welcome Dr. Azad.
The floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, your organizing your committee, for you giving this opportunity to present before this esteemed panel of people-to-people connect of big countries. Today, I am going to present you about rural electrical vehicles and photovoltaic power plants, especially scenario in India. Though the situation for rural electrical vehicles, because these are at the introductory mode in all the BRIC countries, the situation is same everywhere. Okay. Friends, 70% of India is based in rural areas. And these rural areas are having many problems. Only few years ago, we were able to provide the electricity to all the villages.
Dr. Azad, do you have a point to share? Yeah,
Pardon?
please share your screen. Yeah, do you have any point? Please share your screen. Yeah, thank you.
The screen is not visible, sir?
Yeah, we can't see your screen. Yeah, please just try to do that again. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Just a minute.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Thank you.
Okay,
Please go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah. Okay, starting your once again. Okay. As we know, this just 70% of Indian population is still living in rural area. And we were having so many structural problems since our independence. We were able to provide electricity to all our villages few years back. Still, the Indian villages, they are not getting uninterrupted power supply. Some get some 4 hours, some get on alternate day, and some get for the namesake. So that was your idea, to provide the renewable energy based community services like a mini grid in rural areas, because now all the villages or all village people, they need mobile phones, they need the connectivity to the world, they need TV transmission. So here, that kind of the renewable energy based rural community mini grid we have suggested to provide in Indian villages, where we can use any renewable resources, biomass, biofuel, PV, photovoltaic, wind, or hydrogen. And based on this power generation, we can distribute the power, we can supply the power to village community. And in this village community, there may be some telecom company that may have some transmission tower. There may be your school, your medical services, some small scale industries may be there, battery charging, and this electrical vehicle charging, as well as agri processing units. So this telecom towers and other loads will be steady load, because they need the continuous power, uninterrupted power through this grid. And these load, because street lights are needed at the night time, school clinics they have the fixed time, micro enterprise they also have the fixed time. That may be the variable load on this mini grid. And out of this mini grid, till now we have popularized, or we have utilized this this SPV, solar photovoltaic units. This solar photovoltaic standalone system is being used in India, and I hope in other BRICS countries very successfully. Here, from the solar array, we can charge our batteries, and we can convert this DC current with the help of inverter, and we can run our lamps, pumps, fans, the computers, TVs, any AC load. Lakes of street power lights in Indian villages are using solar photovoltaic. We are using solar photovoltaic lit street lights on our all the national highways. And out of this stand along the system, these pumps are very much popular in Indian villages. Solar pumps for irrigation are very much popular in rural India and all over the world. These pumps are fitted with 2 to 3.7 kilowatt motor that receives energy from 4.8 kilowatt photovoltaic array, and this 3.7 kilowatt system can deliver 1,24,000 liters of water per day from a total of 50 meters shut-off head and 70 meters dynamic head. And these pumps are very much popular. Government is providing the subsidy for that. In rural areas, most of the places, farmers are going for this solar pumps. They are giving up their diesel run pumps. And I hope these pumps may be very much useful in other countries also. Those are not utilizing that, because from Indian expenses we have seen that these pumps are quite useful. They are not they're adding anything to emission, and because we need this irrigation mostly at the daytime, and at the daytime solar power is available and they can run efficiently. Now, there are some other loads that may need uninterrupted power supply in rural areas. Telecom towers, the medical services, that kind of load that needs uninterrupted power supply. For that purpose, we may utilize, or we are going to use, this hybrid kind of system where we have the electric generator that is run by diesel or by the gas, CNG based, or on the same time we are having the photovoltaic array. We are charging our batteries and we are utilizing this system for providing the uninterrupted power supply to that the critical load, medical services, your telecom towers, where interruption is not permissible. And this is one more grid connected photovoltaic system that is becoming more and more popular in rural areas of India, where they utilize the solar energy and supply the extra energy to the grid. Here they have the solar photovoltaic array, because in rural areas we have ample land, and sometimes there may be some barren land that is not being utilized for the agriculture purpose. That land is being utilized for installing the solar photovoltaics, and these solar photovoltaics supply the power to rural area, as well as they generate extra power that can be supplied to the grid. And through this utility meter, they can get the money out of this. Now, the electrical vehicles, India is going to adopt more and more electrical vehicles, as we have the ambition of becoming net zero by 2070. This use of electrical vehicles has increased recently in India, and recently that Niti Aayog, our top planning body, they have come out with a policy document for utilization of electrical vehicles in all spheres, especially in rural areas. These electrical vehicles may be a game changer. As we have discussed, power supply is not reliable there, as well as this fossil fuel, your diesel, petrol, they have to travel to cities or other nearby areas to get refilled petrol and diesel to their vehicles. That is increasing this greenhouse gas emission, transmission, as well as operation of these fossil fuel run vehicles. So these two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers that are going to be more and more popular in rural and urban areas of India. Typically a two-wheeler that needs a battery capacity of 1.2 to 3.3 kilowatt hour, and battery voltage is 48 to 72. A three-wheeler needs a battery capacity of 3.6 to 8 kilowatt hour. Battery voltage is 48 to 60 volt. E-car, normal e-car that need a battery capacity of 21 kilowatt hour and battery voltage is 72 volt. But the second generation e-cars or hybrid cars, they need the battery of capacity of the 30 to 8 kilowatt hours and battery voltage because that are being run by the AC inversion of the voltage. So they need 350 to 500 volt. Now, for the EV charging, that is the existing system where we are charging our two-wheelers or EVs at our home or some workshops or designated places where existing meter is there and we are charging our two-wheelers or four-wheelers. Then if you are carrying out this on the commercial basis, you need a commercial space, you need a new meter to charge the vehicles on commercial basis. That's for the domestic, that's for your commercial basis. And in both these, we are using the grid power. We are using the power generated by the fossil fuels. Okay, but here there is the solution where we can use photovoltaic system for charging the EV. This solar panels, then battery, DC-AC inverters, and through that we can charge the our EVs. So that kind of system we are proposing to provide in our rural areas, so that we can utilize solar power and we are least dependent on the grid power generated by fossil fuel. And this is the one more extension of this solar photovoltaic EV charging system, where we can have solar panels, we can generate the power, we can charge our EVs, and excess power we can supply to the grid. From the sustainability point of view, as well as from the commercial point of view, this is the best system where we can utilize the solar panels, we can generate the electricity for EV charging, and we can supply the excess energy to the grid. Now, this 1,38,910 crore units of power generated in India in 2019-20. And that much was the power demand, 1,39,766.90 crore units. Shortfall was 856.70 units. That means we don't have the power to charge this upcoming fleet of EVs. Presently also, some of you might have heard about the power crisis in India. We are facing unprecedented coal shortage as well as power crisis after this COVID pandemic. On the other hand, this 30% vehicle on the road to be electric by 2030 as per Government of India policy document. If these 30% vehicles are converted to the EV or new vehicles, new EVs to come, that means we need 16,000 crore units to charge. And still, you know, we are facing power shortage. So these India's challenges are quite different as compared to international markets. Because here electricity supply is not consistent across the country, as I have discussed. Our villages, they don't get the power supply even for 6 hours in some areas. And this, even if the power comes, voltage is fluctuating, frequency is fluctuating, quality power is not there. So how to meet this challenge of charging the EVs as well as meeting the power demand? So that means by 2030, 30% market penetration of electric cars will mean 43 million units of cars will be EVs. And if 80% of the country population uses electrical vehicles, that maybe your two-wheelers, because most of the rural public or small town public, they are using the two-wheelers. India, or in case of urban in this urban population, they will use your cars and hybrid cars. India is expected to require 100 terawatt hours of electricity, of 5% of total electricity.
Dr. Azad, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Dr. Azad, 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah. So this is biggest challenge, and how to meet this challenge. One area is demand side management, and another is time of use, and the other thing I have already discussed, this solar photovoltaic based EV charging. Okay. Now I am going to conclude. Integration of renewable energy will make EVs truly cleaner than conventional fuel vehicles, taking into account the lifetime CO2 emissions. Okay, we need solar photovoltaic or other renewable sources for charging EVs. If we want to make it net zero, or we want to make it less emitter than the conventional fuel vehicles, distributed solar energy will help reduce the transmission and distribution losses. These transmission and distribution losses are extremely high in India. You will be surprised to know that last year these losses were 20%. Ideally it should be 8%, but in India T&D losses are 20%. If we use this distributed mini grid kind of the system, then we can save this T&D losses, lifetime CO2 emissions will be reduced, and operating cost of the EV will further reduce. The distributed solar will also help curtail the capex requirement of upgradation of T&D infrastructure resulting from additional demand from EV charging. For rural consumers, EV can be game charger. During daytime, these consumers can use solar pumps for irrigation as well as charging their EVs. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your attention. Your questions are most welcome, sir.
好，感谢阿扎特博士的分享啊，分享来
Thank you.
自
Thank you, Dr. Azad, for sharing the best practices from India. We have one question from the audience. For the G20 summit will be held in India. So for the India's, do you have any plans for the Society of Energy Engineers for the G20 summit?
Yes, sir. We are going to work on that, and from the Society of Energy Engineers and the managers, we are working towards to make India sustainable, to use more and more renewable energy to help government of India to achieve the energy transition, to help government of India to reduce the energy consumption from fossil fuel. We are working on that, and we are looking forward towards G20 summit for that. Thank you. Any more questions, sir?
Maybe not yet. 谢谢啊，非常感谢阿扎德博
No,
士。
no other question. Thank you very much for Dr. Azad for your presentation as well as for your answer.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
I do not see more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
好，再次感谢阿扎特博士。
Okay, thanks. And after listening to the opinions from the experts from China and India, the next speaker is from Russia. Let's welcome Eugene Simon. Well, he is a researcher at Biodiversity Conservation Center. Well, Mr. Eugene Simonov have obtained a degree from the Moscow National University, and he has worked for World Bank, GEF, WWF, and many government agencies. Well, Mr. Eugene have compiled a series of books in the topic of river restoration, and also on the topics of ecology and water management. And Mr. Eugene worked with WWF Russia to compile the research topic about China-Russia crossover cooperation and environmental problems. And today, Mr. Eugene is going to talk about ecological conservation, bottom-up rural development, and energy projects in river valleys. Let's welcome Mr. Eugene.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk here today. Do you hear me well?
Yes, we hear you well. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. I will be talking on a very important aspect of sustainable development, about the right of choice for the development path that local rural people have. I will be talking from my own perspective. My longest cooperation has been with the oldest Russian conservation NGO, Biodiversity Conservation Center, which is a member of Green BRI consortium, and which hosts the Secretariat for the Rivers Without Boundaries International Coalition, which I am coordinating. Mostly, we cooperate with river-dependent local communities, helping them to protect their rivers and manage their rivers. And it happens in North Eurasia, Asia Pacific, and we are also involved in a number of global issues. And here I will be talking about a very simple thesis, illustrating very simple thesis. Large development project need to have full buy-in from local communities, because otherwise they are unsustainable and likely to fail to improve people's lives. That's very commonsensical, but it should be reminded again and again. And for those who initiate large development projects, it should be understood also by today's local people in our globalized world can go long distances to try to complain about injustices and try to defend their right for their development choices, like these Brazilian people who came all the way to Paris to have a dialogue with EDF company on building dams on the river Tapajós. There is a recognized mechanism to make sure that given development initiative is compatible with the local development and wishes of local people. It's called free, prior, and informed consent. It's recognized by United Nations as a key requirement for development projects that somehow use lands and resources belonging to indigenous peoples' communities. It is also a good practice widely used by many advanced international companies when negotiating development in the lands of any local rural communities, indigenous or not. In 2020, the Industrial Hydropower Lobby, International Hydropower Association, recognized FPIC as the important requirement for sustainable hydropower development, without which hydropower cannot be sustainable. Nevertheless, in our many years of practice, we've never seen this principle being implemented in practice when building large dams. And it's important to analyze why. Building large hydropower, and I will talk practically exclusively about hydropower, is still considered a green development choice for producing clean energy. But in terms of impacting rural development, it can have conflicts with interests of local communities, because it can force people to resettle, and in most cases, their livelihoods and cultures cannot be fully restored at new places, even at the best terms of resettlements. Even if people are not resettled, it can destroy or alter resources local communities use, and thus compromise their livelihoods. And sometimes resources that would be lost would be irreplaceable for local communities. Dams may disrupt ecological processes downstream or basin-wide, negatively affecting remote communities, which are river dependent, and affecting not only their traditional activities, but also their cultures. Dams naturally are normally planned by outsiders for a given rural community, and large dams, and often are not compatible with rural development plans as seen by the local community. And for various risks, which are inherent for such a large development as hydropower, the projects are very often stalled for years and decades, and this often disrupts essential governmental services and support to rural population, which lives in the area where the dam construction is planned. And it could be a tragedy for inability of local people to pursue their development because of uncertainty and lack of governmental support. Finally, construction as such often disrupts local lifestyle and local order, which is also sometimes a big factor. I will talk just about examples to which I have had hands-on knowledge, where we helped or communicated with local communities and hydropower companies to show what it really means in practice. First one is on transboundary Amur River, which is known as Heilongjiang in Chinese. It's a dam with a rich history, which was planned as early as 1956 together by two countries, and last time was proposed in 2017, but its construction was attempted 5 times and never started. Among many reasons why it happened were several very clear basic concerns. Local communities are dependent on migratory fish, and especially indigenous peoples of the basin always opposed large dams, which would block fish migration. And it has been twice a reason, at least officially voiced, why it was postponed. In last decades, at least in Heilongjiang province, local riverside towns developed rich tourist amenities, some of which are located in the areas which would be inundated if a reservoir is filled, and thus local communities, at least implicitly, oppose dam constructions against their own development achievements and plans. And finally, there is a system of protected areas created along the banks of the river by both sides, and sometimes in cooperation. And there is a nature-based tourism growing as a source of income for population along the river, and this could be threatened by dam construction. This project likely is forever off the shelves, but it has a very long history of attempts to be implemented. Another story from the same basin is more instructive. It's was attempted in Russia on Shilka River, which is a source of Amur Heilong River. It was a reservoir attempted by a joint consortium of Russian and Chinese companies, which wanted to develop Russia's hydropower resources. And it would be a long 500-kilometer reservoir to drown 23 villages in the Shilka River Valley, which is also as important recreational hunting and fishing ground for the population of Zabaikalsky province. And it evoked also concerns of all downstream populations in 5 provinces because they anticipated certain disruption in normal ecological processes they depend on in the river if a large dam is built upstream. In addition, the local shipbuilding industry was unhappy because the leading shipbuilding factory with 200 years of history would be basically cut off its markets downstream. As a result, there was a big Save the Shilka protest coordinated in 5 provinces, and the plan was scrapped by companies after profound discussion with local people and NGOs. Another example comes from another transboundary basin, which is Lake Baikal Basin, which has the major Selenge River going to the lake, and half of watershed of this river is in Mongolia. Mongolia at some point initiated development of large hydropower in this river basin. And these projects were threatening populations in river valleys and potentially threatening the natural regime and biodiversity of Lake Baikal World Heritage Site. We were helping Mongolian nomadic herders who live in the valleys and business relying on free-flowing tributaries of Selenga River to coordinate with the fishermen, farmers, and shamanist societies of Russian part of the basin to jointly submit complaints to the World Bank according to the World Bank procedures, and also petition involved Chinese institutions who were backing the dam projects. As a result of this process, the first one to change the mind was the China Exim Bank that basically redirected its soft loan for the Egingol hydropower plant and thus halted the construction. And after a massive series of public hearings, also the World Bank stopped feasibility studies for other 2 dams planned on the river. The reason why local communities in Mongolia were opposing the dam development is very well seen in the story with Shuren Reservoir on the Selenga River. Because this reservoir, which was not that productive, it was 200 megawatts, would inundate 3 settlements, would inundate extensive communal pastures, would basically ruin newly developed wheat, arable land with wheat, which was developed just a decade ago, and would cause redevelopment of water supply for nearby industrial town. Therefore, it made the local community uniformly opposed to the development because it basically did not suggest, could not suggest anything comparable in exchange. As for Russia, Russian part, the deep mistrust of such projects from local population of the Republic of Buryatia on the which is in the watershed of Lake Baikal, was also supported by 70 years of suffering of local population along Lake Baikal from unnatural water fluctuation in the lake caused by a hydropower dam built 70 years ago, which despite all efforts could not be resolved by the government and still causes tremendous erosion, destruction of infrastructure used by local people on the lake shores, and degradation of important fisheries. Therefore, they were predisposed to oppose practically any hydropower project, given that there is no resolution to already existing problems created by hydropower. Going to the other side of Russia and going very close to BRICS agenda, we were closely following the development of a small hydropower plant developed with the funding from New Development Bank. It was developed based on the project frozen in 1990s due to a local protest after it was 50% completed. And the protest was because of flooding of historic villages important for Karelia, Republic of Karelia population, and important for local communities. And then this was resolved by lowering the projected dam and proposing the design that did not have this particular harm. And project proponents, however, failed to do a comprehensive public consultation, but locals were anticipating jobs and new development, which hasn't happened for decades in the region. And basically it went smoothly until the influx of migrant workers 2 years ago didn't bring a major outbreak of COVID to the region. And then the old dams, which were not properly rehabilitated, were not broken twice during the floods, and basically this postponed the project completion by 4 years, and it went severely over budget. Another example of ongoing battle of this kind is also a postponed project in the middle of Siberia in the coal mining region of Kemerovo, which is called Krapivensky Hydro. It's on tributary Tom, which flows into the Ob River basin. It was planned, it was stopped, let's say, at the beginning of 90s because of major protest initiated by coal mining communities and a negative state environmental review statement issued in 1992 showing that it would create very problematic reservoir in the last semi-natural forests of the region, which otherwise is very seriously affected by coal mining. Project was recently revived under disguise of green development, and diversification from coal mining. And it should supply clean electricity to old aluminum smelter in the city of Novokuznetsk nearby. Local communities are afraid of not only of inundation of their small settlements, mostly recreational settlements along the river, and loss of recreational resources, but they also anticipate the degradation of water quality, and there are good scientific reasons for that, and overall decline of environmental health in this already very problematic region. In 2002, police and local authorities prevented local citizens from attending public hearings and initiating complementary environmental assessment, which they are entitled to by law. We anticipate that if the aluminum company Rusal and provincial government will go forward with the project, it might cause again a major civil protest. This is an example of a long delayed problem, which was for 30 years basically frozen the development of this part of the region, and still might cause a major social disruption. And finally, there is a very interesting example we're working on right now. It's a small, not small, but it's just 90 megawatt hydropower plant, which is again supported by China Exim Bank and should be built by Power China on the Hovd River, which goes into the Great Lakes of Western Mongolia. The dam is planned in a Sambagrav National Park, which is a home to snow leopards and will likely block their movements across the gorges. And the river empties into the Ramsar wetland, which has been already affected negatively by small hydro built by Sinohydro in 2008. And if this larger hydro is built and Hovd River is dammed, the Ramsar wetland will be severely degraded, according to scientific predictions.
Hi, Eugene, 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, so local communities are afraid for their agriculture downstream and for loss of livelihoods by herders upstream. They petitioned the Chinese embassy through their elected official, and Power China reported to authorities a month ago or 2 months ago that it is hesitant to start construction until local protest is somehow resolved. And Mongolian government is now trying to persecute the local official instead of resolving the issue. So it's an interesting dynamics, which likely will result in stopping this hydropower project because it causes wide disruption in local communities' livelihoods. So as river valleys are key habitats for rural communities and creator of local cultures, and this is largely irreplaceable if we aim to sustain both livelihoods and cultures. They intrinsically are in conflict with large hydropower, and water is a scarce resource. There are many uses of water that couldn't be replaced, while hydropower in most cases now can be replaced by other sources of renewable energy tied into a well-equipped energy system, as was just shown by Dr. Azad and others before me. And sustainable rural development vision of local people practically never includes large dam construction, so it's in conflict with their own development plans. In most cases, the process violates the local consultations and simply does not seek to get prior informed consent from local populations, and therefore such projects are practically inherently unsustainable in the context of rural development and could be replaced by more sustainable alternatives, which should be sought early in the process. And this is what we're working on with local communities. Thank you for your attention.
好，感谢尤金西蒙博士的分享啊。
Thank you, Dr. Eugene Simon. because we have a limited time, so now we are going to enter the next speech because we have a 7 to 8 sharing. Thank you once again for Dr. Eugene for sharing your experience in Russia and the protection work. Well, the next speaker is from Brazil, furthest away from China. Well, Maria is the co-founder of CASA Socio-Environmental Fund. Ms. Maria Amelia Souza have 35 years of experience, and he has been working with many foundations as well as training centers of information technology, etc. Well, because as a BRICS country, all the speakers are located in different areas, it's very hard to get people online at the same time. And since now it is a midnight in Brazil, so it is a regret that Maria Amalia Souza cannot attend in person. So she recorded a video presentation for us. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at Maria
Hello,
Souza's
I am
presentation.
Maria Souza,
大家好，
founder and director of strategic development for Casa Socio-Environmental Fund, or Fundo Casa Socio-Ambiental. We are based in Brazil. We were founded by South American socio-environmental activists to support grassroots communities who are the main protectors of the very important biomes and ecosystems that we hold in this region, all of them cross-border ones, like the Amazon, the wetlands, the Chaco and dry region, savanna, etc. And so for this reason, we were set up as a South American fund. And the reason for this was that we assessed early on in the late 80s and early 90s that resources in abundance were going to large international and some national organizations. On one side, conservation organizations, on the other side, social justice organizations. And there was no dialogue between the both of them. And so there was a dilemma about, do you protect the environment and biodiversity, or do you feed people who are starving in a very unequal society? And of course, it's not an either-or conversation. And that's why the socio-environmental word combination came about. And the idea is that in countries like ours, and I think that's one thing we definitely share in common among the BRICS, inequalities, very small percentage of the population holding most of the wealth and the land, and the majority of the population being excluded, vulnerable. And so we, as local social actors, let's say, in the field, wanted to make sure that resources were going to the hands of these kinds of communities in the right amount, in the right way, in simple systems, still very accountable systems, building capacity of these communities to begin to be able to think about what solutions do I want for my territory, and how do I put that down in paper or video or whatever in a way that I can explain what I want. How do I attach a budget to it? So Fundo Casa started as a way, as a bridge to connect large philanthropic organizations to these kinds of grassroots groups who don't know that philanthropy exists. So this is one aspect of our work. Of course, being local actors, understanding the field and the challenges in the field, we also wanted to see results. So the way that we make these grants is very interconnected. We look at the major issues within the biome. We see who's working to minimize those issues or to propose solutions, the large organizations, the middle-sized NGOs, and we look for who's missing from this picture in terms of resource access. Of course, these are the community-based organizations of indigenous peoples, of African descendant communities, traditional communities, the riverine populations, the communities, the family farming communities, and that's across the spectrum, not just forests, but dry regions, wetlands, fields, cities, coastal, traditional communities of fishing, fish folk. Anyway, so what we look for is how do you connect resources and put them in the hands of groups that know what they want, and so that they can be protagonists of the solutions that we all need in this planet. Now let's go dive into the energy issue. Access to electricity in this country is very unequal as well. You have, the Amazon is 1/3 of the country's territory, just of Brazil. I'm not talking about the rest of the region. And these are very remote regions that are being extremely affected by the way what used to be called safe and clean energy, which is hydroelectric energy. And that in the past many years, we've realized it's not clean because it floods enormous regions of forests that produce methane that impact the world's climate. And so there's been a lot of resistance to these kinds of very large mega dams. And of course, the answer is small scale, distributed, renewable energy systems. Solar being, of course, the main one because it's the most accessible. So Casa Fund has specifically focused on making resources available to communities across the region and the country to be able to access specific solar energy demands that can improve their capacity to generate income for their communities. So mostly it's community-based businesses. This is a very efficient way of putting resources in the hands of communities, and it's very easy to outscale, which is a very important concept. It's not about making the community who lives in a very diverse biome to produce 1 or 2 crops of something and just upscale that. It's actually about how do you outscale, how do you make as many communities as possible involved in the systems of generating income through all the possible products that their communities generate, that their forest generates, or that their lands can generate. So we also have been investing a lot in agroecology, agroforestry, combined with systems of renewable energy that give the community the possibility to improve the quality of the products, to preserve the products, and thus increase the value of those products. Fruit pulps, nuts, oils from the nuts or the barks or whatever. So generating more income without enormous impact. Before I go, one thing that's extremely important to talk about is that when we push for renewable energy, we need to understand that there are parts of the world that of course produce that where the wind blows stronger, and those are prime regions for wind energy. Sunlight in countries like Brazil, and we have realized that Brazil is among the 4 top countries for attracting investment in solar energy. Solar is a static, structure, and it has minimal environmental impact. Wind energy is more dynamic, but both have also been creating a few problems to some traditional communities in some regions where these investments are attracted to, like the northeast of Brazil, for example. These investments are dislocating communities, traditional communities, to use that land. So when we talk about renewable energy, we need to understand that we also need to talk about social justice and environmental sustainability. For food production, of course, the access to electricity through renewable sources is crucial. It's another focus of our grant making and something that we actually have clearly realized post-pandemic, that communities in remote regions or traditional communities realized how vulnerable they were because they depended on food from outside, and they are in a rush to recover traditional crops produced in sustainable ways. If you're in a forest, you need to make sure that you produce many non-timber related products. And even, of course, there's some management of timber in some situations, but mostly these are communities that depend on their forests or on their land to produce food. So food sovereignty is a key issue in the post-pandemic world. And this is one area that we are heavily investing in, making communities access resources for all kinds of food security structures, like nurseries, like seed banks, and all of this involves energy. Also, the other thing about renewable energy in remote regions is the possibility of accessing the internet, for example, or any kind of communication that ensures that these communities are able to protect themselves from invaders of the territory. These solar panels, for example, mostly it's solar, can run internet towers and global satellite phones and GPSs that can help them to do territorial vigilance and protection and communicate with the outside. There are many, many examples that I could give related to the importance of renewable energy. But one thing that it is really clear to us right now, it's about small structures, community-based, and it's not about using the same model that we've had in the past of focusing and concentrating on large structures of electricity production, because anything that is big has impact. If not environmental, definitely social. So my question to all of you and to all of us is, how do we design these systems? How do we resource these communities? And how do we outscale and decentralize renewable energy production that actually benefits the community? It doesn't over-impact their territory. It doesn't create injustice in terms of losing territory or having to sell to large companies, or to be undermined in many ways. And we already are seeing some of these problems happening on the field. So I think that the biggest message here for me are two of them. How do you resource vulnerable, excluded communities so that they can improve their means of livelihood and greatly improve by accessing renewable energy systems that are decentralized? And the other is, how careful do we need to be not to push for something that we believe is the best route, which is renewable energy, and at the same time don't close our eyes to the possible injustices that might happen in the implementation of these structures in a large scale. So mostly I think this is the message. And I guess the last is, CASA Fund has realized in the past few years that there's so much we can do for a region as large as South America. No, Brazil is big enough, and still the demands are absurd. So we have stimulated the creation of similar sister socio-environmental funds in other countries in South America. We also shared our model with a new fund started in Mozambique. We are hoping to be able to inspire local environmental activists in countries of the Global South to create their funding disbursement structures that is decentralized, that is horizontal, that is based on the needs of the communities, and it works from there back to a structure. We've had 17 years of experience. We're reaching 3,000 grants in 9 countries of South America and about $15 million or so, and we are growing, and one of the growths that we aspire is that we outgrow. It's how do we share what we learned with other environmental activists who care about their countries, about their people, about their communities and their biomes, and share the systems that we've created that can access and can make sure that resources are accessible to vulnerable communities that are invisible to businesses, to philanthropy. They need special knowledge within the culture, the country, and also with local currency. Anything that makes it simpler yet secure for communities to receive their first grant, to learn, to build the capacity to take possession of the tools, to begin to be seen from the outside. And this is a design that we cherish, that we've learned, and that we care about, and that we would love to share with others. So please check out some of the materials that we have produced about this in the past few years on our website. It's casa.org.br. There's a series of publications demonstrating how this can be done in a systemic way and with strong impact. There's a lot of communities sharing their experience, and we would love to share what we have learned as local activists with others in the Global South. We recently created the Socio-Environmental Funds of the Global South Alliance with 9 funds from across the world, Southeast Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And we strongly believe that we need these kinds of systems coming from our own cultures inside our knowledge, with our knowledge of how to reach communities and how in a careful way that make them stronger and more protagonists of the answers that we all need to protect our important places in this beautiful world. Thank you so much, and I'd love to hear from you directly. I'm sorry I couldn't be there live because it's too early in the morning in Brazil, but I would love to hear from you directly through our email, and that I'm sure the organizers can share. Thank you so much.
好，感谢苏萨女士的通过视频形式。
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Suzanne, for your own sharing through email. And we have our last speaker that's from South Africa. So last month, the east of the South Africa that just suffered from a major flood that resulted in huge devastation and suffering. And we also see the frequent occurrence of the natural disasters, and that has shown the impact of climate change. And at the same time, that will also facilitate all different cities and all those different countries' participation to facilitate clean energy and renewable energies motivation. And we have Mr. Evans, who is the CEO of South African Electrotechnical Expert Council. This is a NGO representing over 90 countries registered in South Africa. It's also the co-chair of all those different other things. And we have the railway, and we have all those architecture, and we have nearly 1,000 cross-national countries, and we can see for this national government, and we would have all those different work, and we could see Evans, and we could see that to share our African work and the renewable projects.
Okay, let's welcome Evans.
Good morning. I'll just start my screen share here. Can you see my screen?
Oh, yes, we can see. Can you please full screen?
I'll try and do that. Okay, great. So good morning to everybody. I'm not sure, some places it's probably the afternoon. So my name is Shibani Evans. I represent an organization, as the introducers mentioned, called the South African Electrotechnical Export Council, which is a public-private partnership between the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition and the private sector in the electrotechnical space. And today I'm going to present to you on the renewable energy projects that have taken place in South Africa, and what we see as them working as an engine for growth in South Africa, and how we can utilize that in terms of what's going to happen in the energy infrastructure build for the rest of the African continent. So South Africa is obviously on the southern tip of Africa. It has a population of 59 million people, and it still remains the largest producer of electricity on the African continent, with an installed capacity of 58,000 megawatts. of which only 16% is renewable energy. But having said that, it is one of the largest renewable energy producers on the African continent. Since its inception in 2010, the South Africa's Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Program, which was a program that was introduced through our Integrated Resource Plan, has delivered 6,500 megawatts of power through 112 independent power producer projects, and using a auctioning system which we call the bid windows. The total investment that we have attracted into these projects has just been over $15 million, which is about 15 billion US, which is about 200 billion rand, with the creation of 34,000 jobs. And this is quite an important bit of information, because we are looking at the renewable energy sector to be a driver of economic growth in South Africa, a driver of job creation, and something that will obviously, through job creation, alleviate poverty. So in South Africa, we talk about the three ills that we have, which is the social injustice that existed because of our past, the poverty that exists that we need to reduce, and the jobs that we need to create, given that we've got quite a youthful population as well. Just some by way of background, South Africa has, as I said, the installed capacity, of which currently 79%, almost 80% is fossil fuel, is coal-based. We are the only nuclear country on the African continent that has energy that we generate through nuclear, through our Koeberg power plant, which generates just under 2,000 megawatts of energy. And then obviously we have other renewables. The target for 2030 is to reduce our fossil fuel generation quite significantly. And this obviously is going to have an impact on communities. And that's something I'm going to touch on in this presentation, is that whilst we're trying to move from fossil-based generation to renewables, there are communities that have depended heavily on the coal manufacturing plants or power plants that exist. And those, we need to manage how we reskill and upskill the people that live in those communities, and ensure that we sustain those communities, so that we don't have that movement of people from those areas into, say, the urban areas. The Integrated Resource Plan, as I mentioned, in South Africa, is a plan that was in 2019, we came out, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy came out with the plan of what we want to see in terms of South Africa's energy mix by 2030. The target, as I said, is to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. This is going to take us from, it's going to reduce our fossil fuel production by about 11,000 megawatts. And it will increase our renewable energy production from the current levels of 16% to about 30% of our energy mix. What did we do? Given that we know what we want to do, how are we going to then ensure that this change benefits our communities as much as possible? So South Africa, what we did through our existing instruments, we ensure that for every single auction of renewable independent power producers that we put out, we requested a certain level of local content. So they had to be in the project, a certain amount of procurement that happened through local companies and with local manufactured products. And by the time we got to bid window 5, we had reached 40% of local content. We have a growing, going forward through the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan, we're hoping to increase that to 70% for components and 90% for balance of plants. Again, through the other issue that we're looking at is sustaining jobs. As I said, through the bid windows 1 to 7, we created 35,000 jobs, and through SARAM, we're hoping to create another 36,500 jobs going forward. Now, the contribution to the just transition, something that's very, very important, obviously, around the world, is to make sure that we transition from fossil fuels to renewables. What we need to be aware of is the fact that when we do that, we need to repurpose the economic activities and have economic diversification in the areas where the plants are being decommissioned. So under SARM, we're hoping to target to train and skill 10,000 youths and former coal sector employees in those areas. We're also looking at growing the economy. As I said, the first bids attracted $15 billion US worth of investment into South Africa. Through SARM, we're hoping to again utilize the renewable energy rollout to contribute at least 420 billion rands into South Africa's economy by 2030. So, as I said, how did we achieve this? With local content, requiring local content and designation. Designation is an instrument we have in South Africa where the state-owned enterprises have to procure locally manufactured product, and you'll see that a number of products that go into renewable energy projects are actually designated products. And so the bids required that the EPCs and investors also procured those same products from local manufacturers. The designated projects that we've undertaken so far in South Africa have been in the areas you can see here, that in 2013, 2014, electrical and power cables, which go into projects, were designated, so they have to procure those locally. Electrical meters have to be procured locally, and so when you say procure locally, you cannot import and purchase. It actually has to have a certain level of South African manufactured component. And this is quite critically important, because as we go into looking at the rest of the African continent and what we're doing or trying to achieve under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the level of local manufacture is going to become increasingly important, even as we look to roll out energy projects on the African continent. Again, some steel components are also locally manufactured. Transformers are also local manufacture. And then we have medium voltage switchgear that's also been locally designated. So what are we looking at in terms of the rest of the African continent? Given that we know what we've achieved in South Africa, now as South Africa, we then look outwards into the rest of the continent and say, how are we going to then roll out what we've achieved in South Africa into the rest of the continent, so that we can benefit those the continent in general? And just coming from what the last speaker said, is that we need to make sure that in whatever projects we undertake going forward, we are benefiting local communities. So here we're talking about benefiting local African communities, local African businesses, and local African industry. So we know that we're going to have a huge energy bills for Africa going forward. The IEA has reported that Africa has, although we've got the largest resource for solar, we only have 5 gigawatts of solar PV installed, which is less than 1% of the global total. The African Development Bank has stated that we know that Africa has got 640 million people that have no access to energy. And this is quite an important fact, because we really want to electrify as quickly as possible. So Africa has got a dual objective in terms of its energy rollout. One is we want to electrify the continent, and at the same time, we also want to industrialize the continent. And this is quite an important item, because we're sitting way behind the rest of the world in terms of how industrial we are and how much we're able to contribute to global GDP. So electrification and industrialization, as the previous speaker from Brazil has also said, means that we must do this through a social compact between government, private sector, and the communities. The communities have got to be involved in terms of what we do. The size of Africa, just so you can see in comparison to the rest of the world, what can fit into the African continent. We've got 1.3 billion people, 54 different countries. That's a very important point. So we're not dealing with just one homogeneous grouping. It's 54 different countries that we're having to deal with, and only a GDP of 2.6 trillion US dollars, which is not significant when you look at the global world. Sub-Saharan Africa is really where we want to play in as from South Africa. We're looking at 42 countries in total in Sub-Saharan Africa with a population of just over 1.1 billion and the GDP of 1.7 trillion. Just very quickly, this slide is going to show you that in Sub-Saharan Africa, the countries and the installed capacity, you can see from there that South Africa has got the largest installed capacity of 58,000 megawatts. It is the largest producer of energy on the continent, followed by Egypt, which has got 57,000 megawatts, and is also currently leading in terms of its installed renewable energy capacity through this independent power producing program. But what is important, I think, for the audience is to have an understanding in terms of the deficit that we have in electrification and specifically in rural electrification. So you can see the rates of electrification on the continent are very low. South Africa is sitting quite high at 85% in Sub-Saharan Africa. One of the only African countries that has got 100% electrification is Egypt. It is not the only one, but it is one of two or three. But you can see that we've got countries such as Botswana, South Sudan, sitting at 1% level of rural electrification, Chad 5%, Zambia 5-6%, and so on. So there are quite some very low percentages of electrification. And when you compare it to the rest of the world and the industrialized world, you see that their levels of electrification are quite high. So, and you can see that the industrialized world, by and large, have got almost maximum electrification. Africa is, unfortunately, still the darkest continent when it comes to electrification. In terms of the planned energy infrastructure build, we are anticipating that we need, in order to achieve what we need for electrification and industrialization, we need an investment of somewhere between $70 billion per year over the next 10 years until 2030. The areas where we can benefit the communities in terms of growing manufacturing bases. This is a very, very quick slide that just shows in terms of I showed you in terms of our local content that we maximized what we could procure from cables, from metering, from switch gear and so on. But there's also a lot of work that is being done in terms of the building, the construction that goes into building these power plants, which all gets allocated, that work gets allocated to local construction companies. So we don't bring in people from outside to do that work. And that's what we're proposing for the rest of the continent as well. We must use as much local businesses as possible to build our infrastructure. So Africa must use its resources to its own benefit. We must localize whilst we electrify and industrialize. We must use the model that we've used in South Africa to request a minimum local content based on whatever frameworks we have in those different countries. We need to create policies that will drive the African agenda. And as I said, we use instruments such as the African Continental Free Trade Area agreements, to drive the investment that needs to build the infrastructure. And we need to ensure that as we go through the just transition, we do this as Africans and negotiate what we want to do with our young population. Remember, Africa has got one of the youngest populations in the world, just under 500 million people, 500 million people are under the age of 35 of that total African population. And so we need to make sure that as we transition, they are in agreement with what we're doing and how we're doing it. And one of the arguments that is being held currently on the continent is that whilst we are looking at the CO2 emissions around the world, Africa only accounts for 3% of the global CO2 emissions, and yet we're being asked and requested, and in some cases are actually committing to the same levels of reductions as the rest of the world, where we need to still look at how do we industrialize given the type of energy that we generate. So it's a question and a debate that is ongoing. And just also looking at the sort of jobs that can be created as part of the renewable energy rollout. This is a slide taken from PricewaterhouseCoopers that's showing you the significant number of jobs that we can create over the period of time as we roll out our different types of renewable energy. I think we're looking at about close to 5 million jobs over this period of time. So the changing market conditions that we're looking at in South Africa, when we look at the rest of the continent, is we're saying we are going to be a more industrialized Africa. We've got a young population that we need to deal with. We have to be more connected, and connectivity, I think all the presenters have shown that even in rural areas, connectivity needs electrification. And we also are aware of the fact that we're creating an Africa that trades with itself. This is all part of Africa's Agenda 2063. This talks to then how do we have the underlying electrification that is needed to ensure that we can industrialize, we can connect, and we can trade properly as Africa. So where do we see Africa's energy sector in the next 10 to 15 years, from 10 years from now? As I said, we need a huge amount of investment. But what we're saying in terms of that investment, as we electrify and as we move away, again, from coal production into renewable energy production, we need to make sure that the vast majority of the investment that is brought into the African continent to build this infrastructure remains in the continent, in that you utilize as many local manufacturers, local contractors, local service providers as possible to develop the different projects. So just very quickly then, who are we as the Electrotechnical Export Council? As I mentioned, we are a public-private partnership between the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition and the South African private sector, and our mandate is to facilitate the international trade of our members. We also act as a formal gateway and interface between government and the private sector. And we work very closely with foreign companies wanting to identify companies or organizations that are already operating on the African continent and they want to come in and invest and partner with African companies. There are 18 export councils in total in South Africa and 13 industry associations. So it's very useful for you if people are looking to how to navigate the continent to actually work through these particular organizations as they are aligned with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. The sector that we cover under electrotechnical are what I call the sectors of the future. In power and electrical products, we're looking at all areas, including renewable energy solutions. We look at consumer defense and industrial electronics. The gentleman who presented from India spoke a lot about electronic vehicles. South Africa is a huge manufacturer in the automotive sector, and 67% of our automotives that are manufactured are exported. We are very aware of the fact that going forward, the countries that we export into with our vehicles are going to be utilizing electric vehicles. So we're now looking at how do we then create our supplier base and component suppliers that go into the current manufacturing base, which are combustion engines, and transition those into being manufacturers of components for electric vehicles. So these are things that we're looking at to make sure that as we continue to manufacture, we procure from local manufacturers. That talks to then developing your local manufacturing base for the future. We then also cover areas under information and digital technologies, such as software, hardware, artificial intelligence, blockchain companies, and those that deal with Info-IR. And just in conclusion, what I will say is that we work as an organization together with a number of organizations, including the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, to try and see how we can ensure that as we develop Africa in terms of its infrastructure, we specifically focus on the energy infrastructure, we maximize African content in African projects that are being developed on our continent, and we ensure that Africa is meeting the needs of Africa. And in that aspect, as I said, there is going to be a key focus in terms of engaging with the younger population to make sure that whatever we're building and designing is going to sustain them in the years to come. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will then conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
感谢安文斯女士的分享。我这边也要向安文斯女士做一个道歉。
Thank you very much, Miss Evans. And I need to apologize to you for calling you Mr. Evans. And next year, the BRICS meeting will be held in South Africa. So we are hoping that the South Africa organizations can work together with other BRICS countries' civil society. And we wish to have more collaboration with your organization. And now I am seeing some questions in the chat. However, due to time limitation, we're not able to do the question and answer. So if you are interested to discuss more with the speaker, please reach out to the speaker, or you can reach out to us and we can forward your question to the speakers. So the first session for today has already ended. We have listened to 5 speeches from the 5 countries of BRICS. And now let's go to the second session of today. That is the environmental protection and the rural revitalization. Well, the first speaker is from Sichuan Haihui Poverty Alleviation Service Center. Let's welcome Director Chen Taiyong. Other than the director of this service center, Chen Taiyong is also the in year 2018, led by Mr. Chen Taiyong, Sichuan Haihui Poverty Alleviation Service Center have launched a Thailand public welfare park. Well, Director Chen Taiyong is going to share with you how the fishing can advance sustainable development. Let's welcome Mr. Chen Taiyong.
我没紧张这个，没点紧。结束了，现在。OK， 好 ，Echo。Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, or good evening, or good morning, whatever fits you.
哎，陈主任，不好意思，可以更最大化你的屏幕，谢谢。
Sorry, could you please enter presentation mode, Director Chen Taiyong?
Oh, already there? Already here. Already. Yeah. Can you see now? Sorry. Excuse me.
陈主任继续啊。
Yes, please continue. All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good evening, or good morning. I'm very honored to be here to share what we have done in rural development. Much thanks to the organizers of this conference for inviting me to be here. There's an old saying, instead of giving people a fish, it's better to teach the people fishing. What I'm here to talk about is actually in rural area where practicing not only teaching individual in fishing, but also fishing for all, like under the current context of rural China. So my topic is fishing for all contributes to sustainable development in the rural area. Our organization's mission is assist those who strive for self-reliance and community development. We have some major data here. We over last 14 years, we have been helping 126,466 families in 120 counties in 18 province autonomous regions in China. So help them, strive for self-reliance and community development, thriving the countryside. Actually, in over the last 40 years, our organization has been recognized by the government and the society in many occasions. Here, just some everybody can see the screen. So that means we did the work, especially in rural development, promoting, helping the poor farmers, and also help the local talents in the village to revitalize the countryside. Has been recognized by the whole society and the government. What we do is, especially under the current government strategy, revitalizing countryside. We do industrial development, help them plan like animal production, crop production, fruit production, whatever, even including the tourism, how to develop that kind of industry to help people increase income, also achieve sustainable development. And also we, in China, over the last 40 years, we have many people enter into the industries, factories, and the urban areas. In the countryside, only old people, a few young people left. So now, talking about revitalizing countryside, we have to find that those people who want to dedicate to the rural development, striving the countryside. So we give them capacity building. So what we have been doing this 3 or 4 years. Also, for the organizational development, we need to help the farmers to form the self-help group or cooperatives. They can work together, and the strong and the weak can help each other. Especially the strong talents in the countryside help the weak one because they develop together. Also, we have ecological conservation, raising cows, raising goats, whatever, this kind of agricultural development, how to promote some ecological conservation too. So we're promoting grass planting, tree planting, using the biogas, and also even solar energy, in the countryside. Also the cultural promotion, we help the farmers carry on the old tradition, but also learn the new things, preserve the kind of local arts, crafts, whatever. For those aspects, we focus on sustainable development. We have several projects we have a golden talent plan for the rural area. We find the local talents needs. For example, the lack of organizational capacity, market development capacity, or planning capacity. We identify these needs and help them build up the capacity. Now, finally, we hope them can help develop the small and medium-sized farming. They can also be like a leader in the village to help other people. We help the cooperative build up the capacity. For example, we have a project in Weichang County, Hebei province. It's kind of a holistic community development. We help the cooperative in the governance, daily management, financial management, also develop how to do planning, how to manage their production, and how to develop the business plan, and also practice business practice, and also financial service. Try to link to different financial service agent, cultural and public service, and also help them how to access to external resource. In this county, where we once get 500 cows donation from Danone company, but the small farmers cannot raise dairy cow individually. So we finally find the local dairy farm. They like to host the 500 cows above what's his base herd, like 700 cows already. Totally make like 1,200 cows. Then he agrees. The farm owner agrees to share the profit, like one cow, $300, 1,800 yuan to each families. So that way we help 500 families. We also find not only that farmers can share the profit from the dairy farm, but also try to find the matching fund from government and other banking agent. Find a resource for them to raise beef cattle. So farmers, they can raise beef cattle and raise 5 or 10 or 12 or like 20. That way they can, they can increase more income, because that area used to be very poor, which is close to Inner Mongolia, that kind of desert area. We also, help recovering the grassland pasture, stop desertification. In that area, kind of desertification has been speed up over the years. So now in this project, we require farmers grow grass, grow trees, and also we will practice using the cow manure as organic fertilizer. In this process, actually the project started in 2013. We set up self-help groups and also established mutual help fund, help improve the traditional breeding technology. Even including that dairy farm, also help them to increase the disease control and nutrition of animal, and also the way of management, and organize farmers to form and follow regulations, kind of how to help each other, do ecological practice, like how to protect their pasture and grassland, and stop desertification, and using organic fertilizer, etc. So it's kind of, let's say we say, fishing for all. Oh, I did not share my. Sorry, I forgot to open my video. So you see, as you can see, farmers, they're raising beef cattle, practicing all kind of agriculture and ecological practice. Not only promoting production, but also help protecting their environment. So we finally achieved a very good the development goals in that area. Like we can see local governance of the cooperative and the village has been improved, and all the leaders, they kind of take turns to play good leading role in the community. And with self-help group or mutual help group and cooperative have been developed. And also grassland. We like local farmers plant like 30,000 moo, about 5,000 acre land of pastures, and also they grow about 300 acre of trees. So, and also the local people's attitude towards the development has been changed. In the past, some people will wait for like dependent on the government support or charity support, but with this part in our support, our training, capacity building, they have become more self-reliant, strong, in their capacity, helping each other, kind of become a model project for their area. And their income by the end of 2018, only 6 years, almost 6 times of the original. Original like only 2,100 yuan, finally reach about 13,000 yuan each person. So in this process, social organization or NGO like us promote this project, and local government provide support, and also like a caring, responsible enterprise, they like give donation or give help to support the project, and also self-organized action of the villagers. Their internal motivation has been mobilized. So this makes a good sustainable development in the community. You can see actually when the project finished in 2018, last year we revisited one cooperative of that project. This cooperative has been raising very good profit. They have every year stock. The cooperative has been increasing 12%, and from then, like 2015 up to now, the assets has increased 160%. So already reached 3.4 million for the cooperative. So everyone can benefit from this. And in this process, we say it's kind of a support plan for the collective economy, like a common, everybody can benefit from the fishing, collective fishing, actually, collective economy. So it's kind of capacity building, very important, and also resource linking to the government, to NGOs, to the corporation, but also change attitude and raise awareness of the farmers and community members, very important. In this part, as corporation as donor, like HSBC Bank, they provide we have a lot of projects called supporting entrepreneurship to take the lead in alleviating poverty and promoting revitalization of the countryside. This is a project in Tianmen, Hubei province. It's a new model. The bank, HSBC Bank, provides the funds, and local government, Poverty Alleviation Office, now already renamed as revitalization, countryside revitalization office. work with Hai Hui as our organization, social organization or NGO, as a project partner and coordinator, kind of implemented the project. And also we get guidance from training from the experts and the mentors. So they're like service providers. And we also get, we choose 35 rural entrepreneurs, that those people who dedicated to revitalize their country, their home village, countryside. You know, they like to lead other small farmers to develop. So those are called project model promotion. So in this way, we help the 1,000 small families. You know, that means all of them benefited from this project. This project started in 2018. So far, it has been very successful, and those government departments, they also allocate other funds to follow this model, helping even more farmers in this way. Now this project has been expanded to from Hubei to Fulan, Shandong, and Liaoning province, covers almost 10 counties. So helps really in organization development, revitalization of rural industries, and also they provide some funds for the for those talents, entrepreneurs to initiate, to help their general development or community development. There's one typical, is a special example. This lady, Jiang Minnan, in Tianmen, Hubei province. She was, she organized a women drone team. What do they do? They use drone to spread like a pesticides, help protecting pests. And so has been welcomed by the local villages, and they provide a good service and also get a good income for all the members of their team. The team member totally 33. You can see their pictures. Has been become like a rural development model in the province. So anyway, in our case, the Fishing for All contributes to rural sustainable development. Several points I had to summarize here. Farmers as a major participants in the process, and also the revitalization of organizations as an important approach. Also, the party and the government lead the cooperation between business and NGO and society. Also, the revitalization paths of rural industries, very, very important. And talents in cultivation, capacity building, train them rural service personnel who have a good knowledge of agriculture, love our rural areas, and care about their villagers. Increase unique features of ecological resource which can become assets in the village for revitalizing the countryside. Certainly, we still have some challenge, like small farmers, how to organize them to kind of compete with the big market in the big market. As you know, our country has been importing a lot of grain from other countries and also edible products from other countries. But also nowadays, many big farm they are very strong in the market. So how to organize small farmers to get the profit from the agriculture, from the industry development is really challenging. Also, how to now government now emphasize we should have common better off. In this case, we need to help build up the collective economy, like a fishing, as we say, fishing for all, everybody can benefit from it. How to locally characterize the rural revitalization, and also urban, rural integrated development and rural revitalization, how to be complementary to each other. And also now government has made it very clear, like to get the best practice from NGOs in the rural revitalization. So as NGO, we need to think about how to better contribute our best practice to rural revitalization. This is my sharing. Thank you very much.
好，感谢陈主任的分享，去
Okay,
展
thank
现
you so much, Head Chen, for your excellent sharing that has shown our Chinese organizations perseverance and results in our own country, as well as our resolution to go out. Thank you so much for your sharing. And also, in interest of time, we wouldn't have the Q&A session. If you would have any question for Mr. Chen, you can directly contact Mr. Chen. And then let's move to the second speaker of our second part. That's from South Africa Sustainable Wildlife Organization Manager Makulu Master, who is currently work at the South Africa Wildlife Offshore Project, and the main work field is in sustainable work, ecological, photovoltaic research, environmental protection, etc. So today's sharing will be South Africa food security and environmental protection. So then let's give the floor to Mr. Zukulu, who's from Wild Coast Program. Welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm going to try and share my screen. Thank you very much for that. Trying to get the light sorted. I'm going to try and open my presentation. To share the screen. Okay. Share screen. Okay. All right. Okay. Can you confirm if you can see my screen from that side?
Yes, it's working. We can see.
Okay. All right. Great. Then thank you. Okay. Trying to find a slideshow from the beginning. Okay, as already said, my name is Sinekuku Zukulu from South Africa, working for SWC, which is Sustaining the Wild Coast. SWC works with the communities in the Amadiba along the east coast of South Africa. Am I audible enough? You can hear me fine.
Yes, it's clear. We can proceed.
All right, great. And then I wanted to start with to say, talking about generally agriculture in South Africa is a very rich and diverse cultural diversity, spectacular range of vegetation types, biodiversity, climate, soil types. So it's a very diverse country with many, many climatic regions. So which therefore influences a diversity of crops. And then, for instance, this is the map that shows what agricultural products are found and where they are found in South Africa. You can see that most with the central area like Free State, Northwest, Mpumalanga, we call that the high veld because KwaZulu-Natal on the East Coast is below the mountains. So, but areas where there's the word northwest, that's an area which is a desert region of South Africa. And the Western Cape is a winter rainfall area. Hence you see all the fruit production there, including grapes or vineyards. And then those areas where you have your cattle, that's your savanna bushveld. And then in KwaZulu-Natal is where you have got your sugarcane production. So because of the...
Zukulu, can you please play your point? It's stuck now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Should I... I beg your pardon. Should I stop using the print, or it's not moving? Okay.
It's still on the first page. Yeah.
I think
we're
when
still
you are
at the first page.
So when you are sharing
okay.
the screen, you share the played PowerPoints. So there should be like 2 windows for the PowerPoint. If you could share the playing projection of the PowerPoints, we can see. But right now, all we can see is the PPT itself.
Okay, so you cannot see, you don't see the population, because I'm looking at the population screen and I can only see one screen from my side. Are you not able to see South Africa's population screen?
No, we are still at the first page of the slides. When you are, could you stop playing the PowerPoint from your computer first, and then try sharing the screen again?
Okay, all right. Okay, so I should escape and move out, and then
now we can see on the page 4. Then you can go to the the F5 or the play PowerPoint function.
Okay, the play PowerPoint
from the beginning.
From the beginning.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Are you able to see now from the beginning?
I understand what's wrong. So when you use the sharing screen function of the Zoom, you have to pick the windows for the PowerPoint in projection. So when you click on sharing screen, there are 2 windows under PowerPoint.
Yeah, so you can please just play for Zukulu?
Yeah, I can do.
Okay.
Okay, Zukulu, you can just end your screen sharing and let edit to help with you for the screen sharing for the PowerPoint. Okay.
Okay. Select the windows on screen. Okay, so should I stop this side and wait for somebody to share from that?
Yeah, I'll do it for you.
Okay, all right, that's fine then. That's fine then. Okay. 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 All right. Okay. All right. That's fine then. Should I? Okay. All right. So what I was saying there is that if you're looking into South Africa, it's a very diverse country with everything from culture to vegetation to climatic regions to soil types. So because of these very varied conditions, so therefore it leads to also very, very different agricultural products. Next slide. Okay, and then if you're looking into this map, it shows you all the different products that come from different regions of South Africa. And different products are grown in those areas that have got suitable climatic conditions. So as you can see, Western Cape has got winter rainfall. That's where all the grapes, the vineyards are coming from, sugarcane in KwaZulu-Natal. So because we've got different climatic regions, different soils, so therefore we have, so those regions, they offer us different crops. or different agricultural products. And I said in the west, where it says northwest, that's the drier area, which is the desert. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Okay, and then I also wanted to kind of touch on the population. If you see, the Black people or the African people here form about 81%, and the other ethnic groups, like the white people, make about 8%. Then you've got those people of Asian origin, and then you've got the colored population. So, but I wanted you to see so that you can be able to compare in terms of the land distribution, because agriculture is influenced by the land distribution, and it's important to know and to see what the population composition looks like. Next slide, please. And then, yes, you can click so that I can have those things in. There was an act, yeah, you can just bring all those up. So in South Africa, during the apartheid system, there was the 1913 Land Act, which took the land away from the majority of people, from the Black people. They ended up being left with something like the 13% of the land. And then the rest of the land was given to white people who were a minority. So this situation is still very evident today. So, of course, some of the land has been returned to the people since 1994, since the dawn of democracy. But there's still a lot to be done to redress or to address this question, the land question in South Africa. So that's one of the factors, historical context of factors that influence farming. The next slide, please. The next slide. Yes, yes, yeah, you can also just, sorry, yeah, put up. So you also, I wanted to show you here, all of those on the map, all those colorful areas are the areas that is your 13% of the land, of the total land, which is being occupied by the Black people, who are 80%. So when we're talking about communal farming or subsistence farming on communal land, we refer to the farming that happens on that land, on all those colorful areas. Those are the different homeland areas where people were congested in. And that has not changed much currently. So therefore, there are still challenges with the land restitution, returning the land to the people, but that influences the agriculture a lot. Next slide, please. And then here, I wanted to kind of to show you when we're talking about the commercial farms. So outside of those homeland areas, you have your commercial farms. Your commercial farms are the main producers of food that you find in grocery stores. These are big farms with hundreds to thousands of hectares. There's massive food production coming from these, and also the export. The main exporter of food is also here. Both they are irrigation. Mainly, they have access to dams for irrigation, and mainly they are on prime land, the best quality land, and the fertile land. And these farms, majority, I would say, close to 90%, or even more of these farms, they are owned by the white people, as per, and nothing has changed much there, as I said earlier. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yes, yeah. I wanted to kind of to look so that you understand in terms of the value of the agricultural production in South Africa. So this is showing you in terms of where and the gross value of agricultural products. So generally, so hence I said in terms of the export and the producers of the food, for commercial purposes is coming from this sector, and that shows you the value, the gross value of agricultural production. The next slide. And then if we're looking at the farming income, how much money is the country, like in the GDP, is coming from farming, from agriculture. Again, you see that this is the money again, which is coming from the commercial sector, which is owned by the minorities, but is the one that goes to the economy when we're looking at the value of farming. Next one. Yeah, this also shows you the imports, exports of South African agricultural products. Again, these coming from the commercial farming. The next one. The imports of red, that also shows you in terms of the meat. You can see that South Africa imports mainly your products such as your pork, mainly, but the other one, beef and mutton and lamb, those are present in large amounts in the country. But things such as your pork, that comes from mainly from imports. Next one. And then I want to spend more time talking about the subsistence farming, because this is the kind of farming that the majority of people that they are dependent on. So this serves the biggest part of the population, is a source of livelihood for the majority of people, determines food security for the majority, and is mostly impacted by climate change. So for instance, if you're looking here, you can see the livestock, you can see a homestead over there, a settlement. You can also see the darker patches which are fenced. That's where those are the sweet potato fields. So this is the kind of, so I also belong to this. This is what we call subsistence farming, where people produce food for themselves, which is not necessarily for the market, but because some of the products, they are produced in surplus. Like if you look at this is the sweet potato patches here. So they will be selling all the surplus sweet potato. So in other words, sweet potato is grown as a commercial crop, and this sweet potato will be taken to the cities such as Durban. Durban, the city, most of the sweet potato being sold there comes from our area, which is on the land area. Next slide, please. This is showing you, these would be the conditions around September, October, the beginning of the rainy seasons. Again, it's showing you a rural landscape in our area. So subsistence farming on communal lands. Communal lands, this is where the land is owned communally, and this land is being, people here are under the leadership of traditional leaders. And people graze together. They will be fetching water from the same spring. In some areas, you still have areas that do not have electricity. You can see the poles there linking one homestead to the other one. So they've just been electrified. So these are the areas where the majority of people farm. Next slide, please. Yes. In these communal land areas, also this is showing you the typical of a homestead in a closer look that we built these ronavels. They are grass thatched. The building material comes from the environment, whether people are using rocks or they are using mud bricks, but the thatched grass which they cut. So in these communal land areas, you find mixed cropping. You will find maize or corn, which is the staple food. You will have pumpkins, you've got beans, vegetables, potatoes, etc., which are mainly rain-fed. Mixed livestock farming like chicken, pigs, sheep, goats, cattle. But also the area being farmed by people in these areas is declining since 1994. I would say one of the major factors why there is this particular decline is due to the social grant. Since 1994, in the dawn of democracy, the state has been putting more and more money into the hands of the people. As a result, people unfortunately are producing less and less of their food, and they are beginning to rely more on the grocery stores in town. So when the social grants is paid, so people then the very next day, people, they flock to town and then to buy groceries, which is an unintended consequence of the growing amount of social grants that goes to the people. But also the other thing which we have seen is the fact that the young people, the youth, they are no longer participating a lot. They are not keen on participating on farming. So farming is mainly driven by elders, those who realize that you need to produce your own food. The youth is not. It's a challenge. And some of the work that we do as NGOs is to try. For instance, as SWC, our biggest program is on how do we encourage and motivate the youth to participate more on producing the food that is consumed, but also to produce surplus that they could be able to sell to the markets, so that they are able to afford themselves employment whilst staying within the villages. Next slide, please. Yes, yeah, so I've mentioned that, yes. Also, I wanted to sort of give you the other thing which is very dominant within the subsistence farming is the question of the home gardens. The homestead gardens, like you can see in this family, the yellowish crop, those are the beans, because right now people, they are harvesting their beans, but you can see above the beans that there is a will be an area that people fence off, that remains fenced, is not touched by livestock all year round. That's where you have your permanent farming. That's where they would produce, excuse me, their vegetables. Where there will be mixed farming. They also with limited use of chemicals, but one challenge which we have within subsistence farming is that now there is, because the elderly people are working alone, young people are not interested in farming. So elderly people who no longer have energy, they are now looking at the options that are available to them, like the use of chemicals, like your Roundup, the weed killer, which unfortunately, as we know, that has been banned or stopped being used in various countries, which is bad for the health of the people, which is also pollutes the soils. So it's one of the challenges that are coming up, that are emerging in our area. Next slide, please. So the other challenge we have is the question of climate change. That is already evident. So I would say recently, the past 10 years or so, we are already seeing, normally under normal conditions, our plowing season, when we start planting, the beginning of the hot season is around about September to January. That's the plowing season, or the planting season. And then the rainy season is also that from September to March. The dry season, which is we use for harvesting traditionally, is your April, May, June. And then, but lately, the challenges we have is that rains are coming in what used to be a dry season when we're supposed to be harvesting our crops. Now the rains come. As a result, because the rains are coming in the wrong season, in April, May, and June. So, and it's happening every year now. From as early as 2015, we have been seeing this particular trend. And it's not just ordinary rain, but it's torrential and heavy downpours that lead to flooding, which destroys the crops and the harvest, as a result, leaving people to starve throughout during the winter season. Therefore, rural communities who are producing their own food, who rely on farming, they become more vulnerable, because their harvest, their crops, even the rooty crops such as your sweet potatoes, when it becomes wet, when they're underground, they will rotten up. The yams, the madumbes, they become The yams, they do not cook well. So it devastates almost everything. As you might have seen in the news that we have recently had floods. So our area in the Eastern Cape was affected as well. And these floods were really devastating. Next slide, please. Next. Okay, so this is just to show you some pictures of the devastation which was caused by floods. You can see that river which you see on the first photo, there is normally a very small stream that you can just jump over. But now that's how flooded it was. Lots of livestock. There are families that lost as many as 7 cows. Lots of the mud houses, like built out of mud bricks that were collapsing, the bridges that were getting washed away, or the soil bridges that were not anchored, mainly affected. You had the roads that were getting washed away. These are all the pictures that taken from my village, which is where I do work, which cutting off people from going to town. Next slide, please.
Mr. Zukula, 2 minutes left, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. This is showing you the devastation on the KZN around Durban. The next slide, please. So that also shows you in terms of the crops destroyed. I've mentioned sweet potatoes, the yams, the loss of income for those who want market access. So, and these are all the challenges which are being presented by climate change. The next one. Next slide. So the lessons learned is that this affects the most vulnerable people who build houses in sensitive areas, who build their houses or their fields on wetlands, so that the farmers, they need to stagger their crops. We need more diversity of crops as well. We need to find some climate smart crops, and we need local municipalities to do something in terms of planning for climate. Next slide. Yeah, okay. Then this is almost my last slide. I just wanted to show what is happening in South Africa. There's a big movement of agroecology SA. So there's a lot of work being done by various NGOs nationally, where they are engaging with policy, how to change policy, where they are looking at the anti-poison or the anti-use of chemicals such as your Roundup, where some organizations that are promoting organic farming, some promoting permaculture, are trying to help the rural farmers who are producing the good food to access market for making income. The Alliance for Food Sovereignty, how encouraging people to produce their own food. The informal trading and the food exchanges in some towns. They're also the beginning starting villagers starting seed banks. And also there is, of course, the challenge of these seed laws which are being put up by government to support the genetically modified seeds, which is protecting the big companies. Big problem where governments are working mainly with the big corporates like your Monsanto. So those are the challenges and the things that the civil society organizations, the NGOs, have to grapple and to deal with. Next one, please. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
非常感谢祖库鲁先生分享蓝龟的。
Thank you, Mr. Zukulu, for sharing the agriculture and the climate issue in South Africa. Let's welcome the next speaker, Somaya Dutta, Senior Advisor of Center for Financial Accountability. Well, Mr. Dutta is a long-standing people's science movement leader and environmental campaign supporter and educator in India. Over the last 30 years, he has helped build nature and nurture pan-India people's science campaigns. He has taught and trained several thousand higher school teachers and activists on innovative science-based environmental work and on climate and environmental issues. Well, Mr. Duta have trained thousands of teachers, and Duta work with the World Bank, the Asia Investment Bank, and has joined many campaigns of international financial institution accountability issues. Well, Mr. Duta is going to talk about the Indian community struggle and innovation for protecting nature. Let's welcome.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. Can you please share your screen? Yeah.
No, I don't have a screen to share. I'll speak.
Okay, great. Please go ahead. Thank you.
I am on a travel. I'm on a travel for taking some workshop in a state level climate consortium building. So I just took out time, and as I said, I'll speak. So good morning, afternoon, good evening for wherever you are, friends and comrades. I'll speak on the specific aspects of environmental protection by rural communities in India. But before that, let me put a little bit of perspective, because we feel that we understand India's situation. But for all of you, let me very briefly bring up India and what kind of environment that we have in the country or in the subcontinent, and what kind of challenges we are facing for what kind of factors. India, basically, as I said, is a subcontinent, not a country. We have the highest mountain ranges in the world, what we share with Pakistan, China, Nepal, and Bhutan, the Himalayas in the north. We have a huge coastal area with a coastline of almost 8,000 square kilometers length, surrounded by Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal, and the Indian Ocean on the south. And we have the desert, a fairly large desert on the west, which is bordering Pakistan. And we have in the central India, we have a huge, both a dryland forest and wet tropical forest, both dry deciduous and moist deciduous forests and other kind of forest. And these are the central Indian areas are also dominated. Some of the states, India is administratively divided into 30 states. So some of these states are having huge population of indigenous people, what we call Adivashis. So this is the kind of situation environmentally. And in India, one of the major reasons for many of the environmental protection struggles by the communities is the fact that even now in 2022, roughly 49% of the Indian population depend for their incomes or earnings on agriculture and related activities. And agriculture includes horticulture, fisheries, all of this together. So roughly 50% of the Indian population. And the farming households, there are, as I said, 50% depend on agricultural income, but the farm holding is extremely fragmented and small. Roughly 84% of Indian farm households, they own less than 2 hectares. That is, we call them small farmers, and those who own less than 1 hectare or less, we call marginal farmers. These two categories dominate. So what is happening over the last 2 decades or 2.5 decades, like many of the developing countries, Indian government and Indian policy is focusing more and more on infrastructure development and large-scale constructions. As a result, there is a series of conflict which is developing, because on the one hand, people need infrastructure. As we all know what has happened in many countries which has gone through this, including China and other countries. And India, this push started much later. So what is happening is, because of this quote-unquote infrastructural push, which is largely construction-based, huge highways, huge airports, terminals, etc., ports, special economic zones, all this, the force and the pressure on land has increased tremendously. And as it is, most of Indian households are subsistence farmers, because if you can understand that 2 hectares and less is 84% of the farming households. So they are dependent. This is not farms like Europe or USA or some of the other countries where 100 hectares or 1,000 hectares is a common thing. It's very, it's rare or do not exist in India. So as a result of these 3 factors coming together, there are a huge number of land conflict, which is also connected with the environmental protection conflict. Because what is happening is, if people are dependent on farming, and the second major livelihood source that Indians have, particularly poor Indians have, is forest dependence. Though the forest area is technically officially 21% of India's total area, which is 3.28 million square kilometer, but actual forest land is much less. Much of the area is largely denuded, deforested. So in spite of that, roughly around 23% of Indian population still has dependence for some of their necessities on the forest land. And both this, the farmlands, lands, and in the forest are coming under increasing pressure from both developmental activities, and the third major factor that is playing is climate change impact. In many of these areas, climate change impacts have tremendously increased over the last 1.5 decades primarily. So these factors have exacerbated the struggles, the conflicts over protection of local resources. And because if you have to have dependence on forests and your land, then you have to protect your local environment to give you those kind of resources, which in India, there are huge dependence, as I said, on minor forest produce or non-timber forest produce. These two are the names that are used. And a huge lot, something like 130 different types of products and produces people depend on. So these are the general situation. Now let me take you to, there is a fourth factor, which over a large area of India, both in our western boundaries and in our northern boundaries, that has increased over the last 2.5 decades, is conflicts for increased infrastructure development in the border areas. And one of the largest border areas that India has is in the Himalayas. And all of you know that India shares a huge border in the Himalayas with both India, Pakistan and China. And unfortunately, which is very, very undesirable, the tension in both those border areas has increased. What has happened as a result is infrastructure development, huge roads. And this has not only happened in India, this has happened in bordering countries also, but I'm talking about India. Infrastructure development in the Himalayan areas, which are extremely fragile, which is still growing mountain and which is very sensitive areas, have increased. As a result, environmental destruction, huge amount of landslides, floods, flash floods, many things have increased as a combination of destroying that land by large infrastructure project and increase in climate change impacts. Now let me take, I'll not devote much time into larger issues in this. Let me take you to three different areas of India, completely different geographies, completely different climates, and how these situations are exacerbating and how communities have developed their strategies, have struggled and tried to protect their areas. Let me first take you to one of the Himalayan state. We have the 11 Himalayan states, which have some part connected with the Himalayas or sub-Himalayas. One of the Himalayan state in the central Himalayas is Uttarakhand. This is also the route where this Kailas Manas Charbat Jatra people, the religious Jatra goes to China in the Tibetan region. So this state also is a site which experienced in 2013, repeatedly it has experienced huge climatic impacts, but in 2013 June, it has experienced the largest recorded climate triggered disaster as of now in India. That was a massive extreme rainfall event resulting in huge amount of landslides and which cascaded into many other disasters with globs and everything. The glaciers, outbreak, floods, everything has congregated. And that particular one incident of large-scale disaster killed around 10,500 people and devastated an area of around 30,000 square kilometers, which is, as I said, the biggest climate-triggered disaster that we faced in our recorded history. In these areas, one of the major impacts that's also happening because not only of climate change, but because of economic policies also, huge number of people, particularly youth, are living in search of jobs. Because in the Himalayan areas, the land holdings are extremely small. Here, nobody measures land in acres or even the next measure that we have biga. Here, the land is measured in what is called nali, and one nali is 240 square meters. So you can understand if someone has 3 or 4 nalis, that person has a land which is extremely small. And these are all mountainous areas. In that state, only 11.6% of the land is under private ownership, including agriculture, housing, everything. So rest all are either the forest department or the military, the defense, the military forces, because this is also a border area. This is bordering China. So this state faced a lot of climatic disaster. But let me now bring you to one of the particular cases where people of that area has faced this and developed their own strategy. As I said, many of the villages in this area are getting devoid of young people and getting left with old women and children. And there are many ghost villages also in this state. So here, one, youth is not there, youth is leaving, jobs are not there, income opportunities are very little, land is under pressure. In these areas, because of infrastructure projects, there is also, because of huge roads, now there is a tendency to make highways in these very sensitive hills. In a small place called Devalshari, it's in the Uttarakhand, it's a beautiful place. It was surrounded by forest and it was under pressure for deforestation. For the local community, they started a struggle to prevent this deforestation, which was also done by the forest department to an extent. And they could not take up as a struggle in spite of, in India, the 2006 implemented the bringing up of the law of Forest Rights Act, which was a historic act which gave back the right of forest land to original inhabitants. And in this place, let me bring back a little bit of the history. When the British occupied India, colonized India, they could not understand India's tradition of common land, which are commons. So whatever was not private land, the British made it government-owned land, which was not the case. So in these areas, all the forests were used as commons, not as a private property, but as a common resources. In these areas, 2006, the Forest Rights Act recognized the right of traditional forest dwellers to their own lands. But unfortunately, most of the states are not actually implementing this because there is a huge tussle going on between India's biggest landlord, which is the Department of Forests, and India's people who used to live or still live in these areas and who were original users of this land. So these people, they tried this area, Devalshari in Uttarakhand, and they could not really bring up the struggle. The strategy they adopted, and obviously the young people, they needed jobs and income. So they were more attracted to anything that comes that gives them even temporary jobs. What these people in this area did as a strategy, which is an innovative strategy, they did a survey and the study in that area, and they came up with the idea of developing, because this area was rich in birds and butterflies. So they developed an idea of a butterfly park and a protected area where birds will be protected. So that a kind of unofficial bird sanctuary and a butterfly park, both developed and maintained by the community. So out of this, their conflict with the forest department came down because this gelled with the forest department's idea, because the forest department are not willing to let local people access a lot of forest resources, but developing a butterfly park and a bird sanctuary, unofficial though, it gelled with their idea. This also gave as guides, as homestays, the local population an opportunity to earn some income, which was very, very strongly lacking in this mountainous area. So this area, the strategy they adopted to protect the local environment, which also gave employment to locals, which also gave more water resources, because by deforestation or by what the forest department did in many of these steep slopes, the forest department actually replaced the original mixed vegetation with cheerpine, so single monoculture plantation, which is very bad for water holding, which is very good for creating forest fires. So this actually countered these 3-4 different threats of environmental degradation, and also created an environment, not a very large scale, but in their localities. And this has caught on, and other groups in that area are now trying to practice that. Let me now go from the Himalayan mountain areas to far west bordering Pakistan. There are desert areas, which is, I'm talking about a district called Jaisalmer in a state called Rajasthan in our Thar Desert. India shares Thar Desert with Pakistan. Major part of Thar Desert falls in India. Roughly around 1/6 falls in Pakistan. In these areas, because this is a desert area, over the last 15 years, because of a necessity of India's transition to quote unquote clean energies, and this is a desert area where roughly around 325 cloud-free days are available. Jaisalmer, Phalodi, Bikaner, Barmer, this district. These are all in the Thar Desert. So a large number of large-scale mega solar power plants and wind farms have come up there. The conflict that has developed with this big farms, mega scale solar and wind farms, and the local population, unlike the Sahara Desert, the Thar Desert is not really barren, not really without people, without animals, without total vegetation. Large part of Sahara is completely different from Thar. Thar has a lot of small villages, widely dispersed. Thar people, there are thousands of villages living in Thar, and they have developed their one crop agriculture, because the total annual precipitation in this district is 140 millimeter roughly. And they have one crop in areas where there is a gypsum layer underneath, so that the little bit of precipitation holds for some time. The rest of the year, their primary livelihood is animal husbandry. So they have large herds of sheep and goats. And once this mega solar parks came into being, and they are still coming more and more, one thing, I'm not saying solar energy and wind energy should not come, but what they are coming in a form which is actually conflicting with both the livelihood and the local environmental needs of these areas. One, because they are taking up huge areas of grazing land. Second, in the desert areas, there are only few sweetwater wells. And these wells, many of these wells have now been handed over to mega solar park to clean their solar panels once a week or 10 days. So this huge number of sheep and goat that the local people dependent on for their livelihood throughout the year, except this one small cropping season, is now under stress. So there is a conflict which has developed. The second conflict is some of the desert areas are also extremely important for biodiversity preservation. If anybody has heard about the great Indian bustard, this is an endangered bird, and the best area for great Indian bustard happens to be also in the Thar Desert, and this area is demarcated as the Desert National Park. Unfortunately, violating the environmental norms, many of the large solar and wind power plants have come just bordering this Desert National Park. So that is the second conflict with needs of environmental conservation. Many of these, and in the last 10 years, there are a large number of cases of great Indian bustard dying either with the wind turbines or electrocuted by the low level transmission, power transmission evacuation lines that both the solar and wind farms have put up. Instead of collectivizing their transmission, each solar park, each wind farm, they have put up their own transmission line, and which are all low level. And if you know, the great Indian bustard during its mating display, it jumps up and down, up and down. So many of these birds, when they fly in or they jump up and down during the mating display, they are dying. And this is an endangered bird in the red list. So what the local people here took resort to is legal action. So they went to what in India we call NGT, the National Green Tribunal, which was formed under the the direction of the Supreme Court. They went to the Supreme Court, they didn't succeed. The court, first to the High Court, the court rejected, they went to the NGT. So out of all this, I'll not lengthen the story. I was involved in this. Out of this, there have been two routes of conservation as well as livelihood, which are now emerging. One, the court has now ruled that this rule of law, there's the environmental protection, that from a protected area, the boundary, you have to cite any quote unquote development project at least 5 kilometers away, which has not been adhered to. One, that ruling has been given again. Second, it has also ruled that all power transmission line, exposed lines in these areas need to go underground, which is a simple measure. It will involve a little bit cost on the renewable energy developers, but this will be a very good measure for preserving one of the most endangered birds in the world. So these kind of things are happening in a desert area. And the second thing that is happening now, as a collective, they have started bargaining with the solar and wind farms of how they can have a stake in this development. I'll not go into detail of that. Let me go into third area of India, which is a coastal area far south in a state called Andhra Pradesh, which is southeast coast of India. There are a large number of mangrove forests. And as you all probably know, mangroves not only are very good for protecting from cyclones and storm surges, both the wind damage and the water damage, because mangroves, 100 meter of mangrove, 500 meter of mangrove depth is known to reduce the storm surge energy by 66%, up to 66%. And around 60% of the wind energy damage is reduced if you have a 500 meter belt of mangroves. In these areas, and the mangroves are also some of the best resources for small scale traditional fish workers. But mangroves also are one of the best carbon sinks in the world, because these are riverine delta mangroves, not lateritic mangroves like Florida. These are riverine delta mangroves. So the scientific studies say they hold anything between 3 to 5 times as much carbon acre for acre than the tropical rainforest. So these are some of the best carbon sequestration, best carbon sinks in the world. Out of the development projects need, again, by the governments and corporates in this area, the East Godavari district of Andhra Pradesh, the government, in the name of low-cost housing, because the mangroves are looked upon by both the governments and some of the companies as low-cost wasteland, WASTE, wasteland. So these are not seen as the richest biodiversity rich land in the world, but often these are seen as wasteland and very low cost because nobody is living there. And as I said, the British, the most damage they did when they colonized India, any commons which was not owned privately, and this was very common tradition in India, they made it government owned land. So now all these technically are government owned, no longer under the control of the communities. So the government in this particular area, close to a town, but in the rural area called Kakinada, they deforested 120 acres of mangrove in the name of a low-cost housing. And low-cost housing,
yeah,
yes.
2 minutes left, please. Thank you.
Okay. So
yeah,
they actually deforested this, and the companies also did. What this group did, the traditional fish workers union, the youth environmental groups together, they got together, built up a campaign. But not only that, they went again to the NGT, the National Green Tribunal, but they also took up a case with GCF, the Green Climate Fund, because surprisingly, just in the bordering area, the Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary, which is a huge mangrove forest, the GCF has given a funding, which is a green financing for a coastal resilience building. So they took up this case with green financing, GCF. GCF found it ineligible. They went to UNDP, which is the implementing agency. So they found it eligible. So this is the first case where an accountability mechanism case for a green financing in India has been taken up. And this has been taken up by the community, not an NGO. It's a community case. Let me finish by talking about a large-scale effort by Indian groups. Over the last several years, one trend in India is continuous dilution or complete demolition of environmental regulation, which has been built up over the last 30 years. And this is a continuous trend. Over the last 10 years, it has increased. So one large-scale effort by the government, which was in the 3 years ago, which started, which was dilution of the environmental impact assessment rules and laws. So in this case, the Indian environmental groups, the youth groups, the unions, forest workers union, fish workers union, all together as a whole national collective, they built up a campaign. They took advantage of the present evolving social media outreach, and more than 500,000 people reached out to the central ministry, which brought out this dilution or almost demolition of environmental impact assessment rules. And as a result, this strong push to open up every kind of environmental, whether it is very sensitive in the Himalayas or in the coast or in a river valley or in the desert, to corporate exploitation. This has been at least stalled, not stopped, but has been stalled. So these are some of the success stories. There are a lot of stories which apparent failure, but as environmental groups, as people's movement, we don't believe that if you do really work hard and try, we see there are no failures. In a real good cause, there are no failures, there are only setbacks. So we had setbacks, but we hope to go forward and win more battles. Thank you very much.
好，非常感谢德特先生的分享，也是非常遗憾。
Thank you very much. Due to time limitation, we cannot have more Q&A session. We would love to hear more from you, Mr. Duda, and to hear about the knowledge from the Indians' efforts in protecting environment. Well, let's go back to the China Association of NGO. Let's welcome Ms. Wang Xingchao, the last speaker for today's meeting. Well, Ms. Wang Xingchao is now focused on the work including capacity building, and she has 10 years of experience working for NGO, and she's dedicated to education, nutrition, food hygiene, and as well as sustainable development. And she is a senior facilitator for nutrition and health, and she has built a practice guide for climate adaptation. Well, let's welcome Ms. Wang Xingchao. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon. Well, the topic I'm going to share is climate change adaptation in rural area. Well, this is a pilot programs in Shandong and内蒙古, and we are introducing adaptation concept to grassroots communities, and we are running pilot programs. We have organized a pilot village. We increased farmers' income and raised awareness, reduced the vulnerability of rural environment, and realized sustainable development for rural areas. Well, the program in the 22nd UN Climate Summit, well, we have also do some introduction about this program. China is now committed to carbon peaking and carbon neutrality, and the national commitment point out the importance of agriculture. And this year, we have reviewed and approved the 2035 climate change adaptation plan. Therefore, this rural China climate change adaptation is very conducive to promote green and low carbon development for rural areas in China. So let's have some review of this project. Well, my introduction can be divided into 5 parts. Well, we can talk about the problems. Well, China is increasingly affected by negative impacts of climate change, including long-term drought, rainstorm, hailstorms, typhoon, etc., and other severe disasters. Well, and the climate impact is becoming greater and greater. So I will share some new statistics with you. Well, according to WMO and the UNDRR, between 1970 to 2019, there were more than 11,000 disasters attributed to weather, climate, and weather-related hazards. And it leads to 74% of economic loss. So climate adaptation is a prerequisite to prevent from all those losses. Well, proactive adaptation to climate change is an important part of the national strategy. According to China's Meteorological Administration, the direct loss from disaster was 290 billion yuan per year, and the economic losses accounts for less percentage of the GDP. So the disaster prevention and the disaster relief efforts are showing its effectiveness. What are the problems for climate change adaptation? Well, first of all, for the farmers, they still have low awareness about climate change, and this further leads to its capacity for poverty alleviation and coming into prosperity. And nowadays, we already have mature responses to these local areas. However, local people do not have adequate news resources and cannot apply this practice in their agricultural actions. So we haven't built pilot programs yet. So our program will offer useful information, provide training to guide and support local adaptation for climate change. We have 2 pilot programs, one in Shandong province, in Dongping County, Dongping town. Another one is in Inner Mongolia, Baling Youqi. So this is the mountainous rural village in Shandong province. So it's in the Yimeng mountainous region. The arable land is quite limited. The weather patterns include typhoon and rainstorms. So there were 446 households with a population of 1,380. Most of their education level is primary school, and the average annual income is about 6,000 RMB. And the second pilot programs is a grassland pastoral village in Inner Mongolia. The ethnic Hmong minority accounts for nearly 50% of the total population, and the forest is covering only 18%, while the this certified land covers 40% of the area. The average per capita is about 705 yuan. According to IPCC report, arid and semi-arid grassland productivity decreased continuously in the past few years. So when with potential temperature increase of 2 to 4 degrees Celsius, the grassland productivity will further decrease about 40% to 90%. Well, we have to build infrastructure, help build capacity, involve women, and have a effective community environment governance. While in small families, we need to build farm utensils and facilities and investigate the cooperatives. And in the community larger family, we need to focus on environmental protection, public hygiene, healthcare, disaster prevention, and disaster response. We need to help them gain more income and becoming more resilient to climate change. This is our project framework. It's being advanced from inside out. The green ring refers to pilot setting. The second layer, the yellow one, is skill training. So we are offering trainings. We are offering these trainings to them to gain more income. And then for the blue one is awareness raising. And then for the outer layer, the purple layer is replication. We can replicate and scale up the climate change adaptation concept in adjacent regions. So these 4 links are in a time sequential, should be promoted from inside out. Well, let's have a look at our major activities. In this village, with a population of 1,300 people, we built a water facility and planted fruit trees. And we also planted lotus in these ponds. And we are also promoting the aquaculture, which is benefiting to every household in the village. And then we are also building greenhouses for cultivating vegetables. We have hosted trainings to raise awareness, and this training covers 1,000 people. Then in Inner Mongolia, we have 2 types of a family. Well, we have this 3 combination. It's called toilets, greenhouses, as well as a more favorable living environment. Well, we also have trainings for environmental protection and trash treatment and waste treatment. And then we have added 2 skill training. We have offered this garden vegetable planting as well as the clean hygiene improvement. We also have the training of greenhouses benefiting 200 people.
And also there are some other activities like we have this shareholder promotion and we have the pilot achievements handbook. We will also organize local and national campaigns to conduct on-site exploration. And also we have this gender index that's highlighted in our project outcome. So one is about the gender proportion, over 50% women participants we have. That is that we're seeing the real participation benefits of local villagers. And the third is that we have the support by local government, like for the livestock and for all these bureaus. That is that we have the no harm principle in pastoral area. That is, we wouldn't really force nomads to transform their own livings, their own ways of raising all the livestock. These are all the villagers who are discussing on our project here. So the first one is in Shandong, they're actually calling all the different representatives who will have all the discussion to try to plan out. And another is that we will start all this project and engineering works actually concern all the different testing, including the disaster prevention. You can see the proportion of females there. And another is that this is the awareness raising training in rural areas. Okay, and also for the project outcomes, our own projects in 2015 and 2017 in Shandong and Inner Mongolia, we have set up our own irrigation system. We have all the different other things and the cleaning facilities. We have over 50 of that. We've also started this growth and cultivation technology that's mainly for the environment and health and for the disaster prevention. We've also organized the cooperation sessions over 100 times. And then throughout the 3 years of the projects, for all those nearby cities, we've also seen the drought as well. But for the drought villages, because we have the timely irrigation, then the peach trees planting hasn't really been impacted. We're seeing a big harvest for all these farmers. So for this local government, we also have this precise poverty alleviation. And right now we call it a rural revitalization. And then throughout this rural revitalization, we also take reference from some of the projects. For all these villagers, we will also provide them with the pollution-free industry building. And under all the support, we would all build all those different projects. And together with the precise poverty elevation project, we have set up 6 dams and also 6 new greenhouses and 1 biogas digester. And so that we plan to build a green ecological pollution-free industry. So overall, all those new green technology has increased the total production by 10%. Our annual income has increased by 15%. And the local government, they've also provided all the following supporting facility programs driven by the construction of hardware facilities. Villagers are more interested in eco-agriculture. For example, we are developing shells, peels, and fruit. So we would actually manufacture enzymes or manure with the shells and the peels of fruit with the peach, apple, and the Chinese chestnut. And another is that we also start to build the photovoltaic rooftop. That's mainly also for the restructuring of the projects that we're able to further improve our farmers' life. Another is that we have the precise poverty elevation that will also have more positive influence, so that we're able to benefit local farmers more, especially all the poverty-stricken families. And because the pasture system is relatively flexible, they are more sensitive to climate. So we have more this pilot villagers and make it into the demonstrated villagers. So we will organize the discussions and we will have more promotion as well. So overall speaking, for implementing all the projects, all these farmers, they deeply understand that we need to step our own adaptability. So we're able to reduce the poverty situation that's actually of significant importance. So for this resilience, adaptation of the work, we need to have more of this promotion. And last, I'd like to introduce to you about some of the social organizations. So we've actually had a cooperation with over a dozen of all these organizations. We actually started the Civil Climate Action Network program. It's called the SEEK Camp. So that's mainly to strengthen the capacity building, international organization, coordinated cooperation in terms of climate. And as the independent network, as well as the global climate network, we will start our cooperation and communication. Up until right now, we have 39 member organizations of 19 countries. and the Chongqing Renewable Energy Association, today's organizer, and the Gansu Wildlife Development, they're all members of the CCAMP, and they have played a prominent role as well. And I think in the future, for us to cope with climate change, we will start more conversations, we will initiate more cooperation. All the organizations, international organizations, we can further facilitate our climate governance endeavor. That's it for my sharing. Okay, thank you so much, Wang Shengchao, for your sharing on the local practice to cope with climate change and rural development, your own experience and your practices. So that's it for all of the sharing of all of our speakers. And then that will come to the end to our own project. So let's invite the General Secretary Ma Yingping to do the conclusion. Okay, so can you all hear me good? Yes, we can hear. Okay, so I am today's one of the organizer from the Secretary General from the Chongqing Renewable Energy Association. So last, on behalf of the 4 co-organizers, I'd like to conclude today's session. So today's event that's featuring the active participation of 5 countries. Before we have 10 countries, but because of 1 country, it's because of the time difference. So we have a little bit of delays. So first of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers from Brazil because of the time difference. It's a very embarrassing arrangement, but Brazil has prepared the video very carefully to introduce to us all the organization of the environment, to share with us all the practices, because we pay lots of attention to all the work, how we're able to have the cooperation, how we're able to facilitate all the work. And another is that this time, so for one of our friends, that is the India partner of our Chongqing Energy Research Society, so we called India theme. That's also provided us with tremendous support this time, that has introduced to us about the India's smart energy and automobile needs, etc. I think this is also the needs that we have, because in Chongqing, we boast an advantage in this regard. And together with theme, while we have signed this cooperation agreement, we've actually had lots of this interaction, including in terms of the pandemic, in terms of this academic development. We hope we're able to strengthen in this aspect. Another is that for the India, in terms of the environment or the introduction, lots of the things that you have shared with us, I think in the rural areas for our border regions, how we're able to elevate our work, that's also very important. That's very beneficial for us. And also for the next year, we also look forward that the G20 conference will be held in India. So maybe in the future, we'll also have the C20 events. We will provide continuous support. And another is that today's event is mainly about this rural area and agriculture. That's also our last year's conference's theme in India. And one of the important conclusions last year is to integrate 2030 Sustainable Development Goals together with the C20. And also we've had the 2 speakers from South Africa. One has introduced to us about our renewable energies needs, our South Africa's demands, because in South Africa, we have a very abundant resource of photovoltaic development. And then for this industries, for the renewable energy, I think be it for the BRIC country or for this overall developing countries, that's a very good opportunity. And another speaker has also shared with us from rural areas how we're able to deliver on sustainable development. For our China's past development, there are a lot of things that we can draw reference from, like in terms of the rural areas, how we're able to save the pieces of the fat, how we're able to have all the cleaning experience. I think for this topic, we haven't really leveraged too much on it because in the interest of time. But I think the next time or the next year, while we hold the BRICS conference in South Africa, I'd like to spend more time to discuss with you, because I think for the South Africa, for China's experience, or for South Africa's resources, we're able to have more of the supplementary work. We only have 1 speaker from Russia, but who is also an expert who has had work experience, lots of organizations. The analysis point here is also featuring a very special characteristics to share with us all the rural region topics. This is something that we pay attention to as well. And China, as the host country these days, we also host the BRICS event. So this time we have all these 3 speakers. One is for the overall the speakers to share with us the current situation of the renewable energy, especially about our smart energy and about our own experience. This is highly relevant to our own work for our own energy structure, rural revitalization, the following work. There's a lot of reference that we're able to take. And also, while we share with the BRICS countries any of the features and all the international standard, I think this is plays a very good exemplary role, and it takes to a whole new level, not only for the organizer. So we've also been cooperating with the years. We've also signed an agreement deal that was Mr. Chen from Sichuan organization. The sharing today is mainly to see how we're able to deliver on more of the actual practice in rural area. It's not just about the poverty evaluation, but it's giving out some objects for good as a gift. I think not just in China, but in more countries, we're able to promote and the benefit, and we can have more coordinated development. So we're able to go out and to have more of the development. And especially for this organization, it's very global, and Mr. Chen delivers speech in English. So that is to say he wouldn't have any barriers in communicating with others. And he even has a base in Thailand. So in this part, we also have more of the work. And the last speech is from our three of the members of all this association. So this association, it's also a very important civil organization, could be viewed as an advocator or an organization. Our association has been a member for 5 to 6 years, and we've had lots of the benefits. One is that we have gained lots of the support, and we also have this global horizon as well. And after we joined this, we also have all the different work, and I think we are able to further develop our China's industry, and in this aspect we have more of the work. So we're able to collaborate together, and so for an international organization we need to be led by such an organization. And also like to thank all the guidance institute, support institute, and all the representatives and participants. And also we see that so today's session is on Zoom. It's mainly about all those organization work. We have the Chinese to English simultaneous interpretation. We also have a live streaming event. Our live streaming event is from our own association platform. I took a look on this live streaming platform. We had the participants amounted to 1,270 people, and we have dozens of questions. Although in interest of time, we're not able to answer all of the questions, but I think there are a lot of things that we're able to conclude. We're able to further promote our experience. So thank you once again. I hope for this event, we're able to host better. We're able to deliver this event more of that, so that we're able to serve climate change and the globe. Thank you so much, Mr. Ma, for excellent sharing. That's it for today's sharing. Thank you so much for the sharing. Thank you all your active participation. And also thank you thank you for the services delivered by the simultaneous interpreters. Thank you so much, and wish to see you next time.
再见，再见，再见。